Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session of Roll for Damage, where a group of us geeky friends decided to get together and showcase our storytelling through Dungeons and Dragons for all of the interwebs. No announcements for tonight. It is Easter next weekend, but I really don't have any plans. My players, are y'all good for next weekend? For next Friday?
Yep.
Yeah, looks like everyone's good. So I think we'll be good for next Friday. So no worries there. So with that, I think we can just jump in to tonight's session of Roll for Damage.
A door opens, adventure awaits your creation. Each person plays their part, abilities to lay the foundation, setting the stage for everything to start. Classes, they help define a role and for choices. What finalize the building session zero. Integrates the character and begins a new destiny to be fulfilled. This is your moment to capture. Your fate is hinged on a bet. Release the dice and charge forward. This game is not a game, so now you'll play your life. The table is set. This is your moment. Take control. It's critical. The final curtain is rising. The world's forever changed. A story made for the ages. All the lost experience and friends for every table is the future laid out before you. One you will never forget. This group of friends that support you. Come on, answer the call. Don't freeze until the table is set.
All right. So let's get we'll get Caleb's favorite music that he's trying to tell me to not use anymore. So last we left off, the six had been given a task to provide 50 gold of some measure to a couple of shady people from the Hidden Sun that Navari had made contact with, and upon some planning, decided that in order to gain some credibility, they should do some sort of heist and not just hand over 50 gold willy-nilly. Learning about a potential rift between Aaron and the head of the Shadowbrand Kigu, they worked with her to create a false heist of which they stole an item from her and were chased off after having some magic used on them, transforming them into cats for a brief period of time before the group came together once more, with Oriana providing a puzzle to the group with which they could potentially get another artifact, and the group deciding on how else they would gain more credibility with the underworld by telling their story. The group split off to kind of figure out what their next move would be. Oriana and Artemis worked together to try to figure out the final solution to the puzzle, and the entire party decided to eventually move on to the Hidden Sun once more, where they could showcase and tell tale of their grand heist with the Shieldheart Manor and with Aaron, to see if they could play up the fact that there was this rift between their group and that they had used the trust to gain inside knowledge to be able to get what they needed. After performing and seemingly getting the crowd involved and getting people hip to their exploits, the group left for the evening, heading back to their nightly sanctuary of the Blue Mattress, and spent their evening resting to prepare for the next day when they would finally meet with their contacts and determine exactly what kind of information they would get. So that is where we pick up. You all are in the tavern in the morning, preparing for the day. Is there anything? Sorry, go ahead.
I think we were discussing about what we were doing next.
Exactly, yeah. So yeah. You have the option to decide exactly how you want this to go for the rest of the day into the evening.
And this is the day where Navari is supposed to meet up with.
This is the second day, which is when Navari, yes, explained that she would have what they needed and would come to them with the final amount.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. And the six of us stayed, or did someone? The six of us stayed in the.
Yeah, I believe everyone stayed, and it's up to you on if there's anything special you would like to do during the day, or if you would just kind of bide your time until the evening and then head back to the entertainment district to make contact with these individuals.
Did Artemis go back to the manor?
No, I believe you warned Artemis off that if he did, then he would have to stay apart from your group, because it would look poorly upon your group if it was found out to be an entire ruse that you hadn't actually broken off with Aaron.
So the discussion we had was whether there was anything we could do today in our span of time to get information or sort of pave the way for finding the next artifact. So we decided we wanted to go somewhere we could maybe like secure passage, or if somebody had a god or someone they could talk to, they could do that today. The name Charlie came up, and I'm not sure who that was, which party member had the connection there.
Charlie, that's Lolth's avatar, right?
Yeah,
right.
So you know Charlie is one of Lux Eterna. And when you were, I believe it was Navari who figured this out, when you were talking with them at the time that you were kind of getting all the information about the past and how everything had come to be, you had kind of noticed and sort of put two and two together that given that Aaron was the avatar of Pelor and he was kind of standing with her, and knowing that from your previous encounter in the Ruins of Madness when Charlie had helped you by summoning and conjuring the Driders, that she was in an avatar of Lolth, you also put two and two together that Liz was with Sehanine, Freya was with Bahamut, Cain was with Moradin, and Fulton was with Corlin. And likely that's why those six gods had shown up.
Okay. I mean, as far as artifacts go, the closest one, or the one we can achieve most realistically, is Gungnir. That one's at Avonhurst Rise. place at the very top of the temple.
I'm not sure if I even know how to use one of those things. Like, do this
Yeah,
with it.
it's a stabby thing. You just, you know,
I'm afraid I don't.
we'll teach you. Don't worry.
But would someone else
just-
here use it?
I'm just throwing it out there again. There's also the Feywilds. I know Zavin really wants to go.
Do you know how to get there? Is it turn next at the next? Is it turn left at the next tree, or?
No. But
What?
I mean, the Feywilds is like right next to us, all the time. Why don't we
I mean,
Ask
it's
a
part of a
wizard?
fairy. Do we know a wizard? DM, like either pre-stream or now.
or a druid?
True.
I mean, Erin, who's like the closest to a wizard. She's a sorcerer. You have met someone in Riveran, Ilyana, who likely is some type of arcane-based caster. You figure likely a wizard, as she had her own tower, but you're not exactly best friends with her either, given your relationship was contentious there. And she is also one of the triumvirate of the Atrillian government. Maybe the Emperor of Saratan, in some capacity, has some magical abilities, but you only briefly spoke to him. And other than that, you met a few druids when you were in Izel, but you're not sure what their capacity for the druidic magics there is. You do remember that they did transport you from their sort of tribal sort of village to Zuma, which was the main city, through trees, but you're not sure how much stronger they are, if they have the ability to go further than that.
So really, we should probably stick to our own neighborhood and pick places we can actually get to. Probably.
Oh, if there's a will, there's a way. But I figured whatever we find out is most useful for our group is what we should spend our time on. If none of us can use the shish kebab stick, then no big point in using it. But perhaps the shields. There's 2 shields now, and looking at our shield wearers, I mean, you guys could use those.
Well, the other thing is that a lot of this involves a Luxaturna, and we are
On the outside.
yeah, not really, but try to pretend we are.
For now, hopefully.
The other thing we could do, our friend in Riverrun, we might be able to barter some sort of favor.
We may be able to barter a favor with Ilyana in some way.
It's possible. I mean, something as simple as casting a spell on us. I don't know what kind of favor.
Can we get in contact with our friends today before we have to be back this evening?
Pull the copper pin out.
How far does that message go? Or is it the same as the one that I do?
It's the same as
Oh,
you.
okay.
As long as I've met them, I can message them.
Okay, that's fair.
And they don't have a communicator.
Yes, if they have a communicator, it is much easier, but no, just with some magic, I would be able to message not Ilya.
I mean, I think we're kind of stuck here for now, though.
Oh, for sure. We need to finish up the business here, but it doesn't hurt to have a game plan for where we go next.
I mean, I still say we go to Avonhurst Rise. I mean, we have a way there. We have a place to rest before we even go there.
I mean, ideally, yeah, I wouldn't mind going back to our manor, but I think if we have a plan, I mean, we're taking a few days here, and I know that we have so much time, but eventually that time is going to become a commodity that we cannot really afford to spend.
True.
So, I think what we need to do, with the Feywild, we need to make sure that. I mean, all I know about what do I know about the Feywild, DM?
Nothing. You've never studied the Feywild ever.
None like fairy tales or
Nope.
anything. No?
Not in any of the histories that you've read. It's not been in really a Trillion history.
Okay, DM, I have a question. Since the one in the Feywild is one of Sehanin's robes, or Sehanin's artifacts,
Mm-hmm.
what I in my teachings have learned, or I guess found out, what more information on them, I guess?
I mean, you're fairly new,
True.
and you know what? I'll let you roll a religion.
Okay.
It's Melora's. Melora's.
Religion. Okay. 16.
Okay. You do know that so based on what one of the things you know is though the Fae are sort of born from Coralin and Sehanine and sort of the conclave that they created to sort of seed life in that realm, they don't make that their domain. They have their own they have their own plane that they sort of make for their existence, which is fairly similar and close to the Feywild but separate. So Arvindor is not the Feywild. However, what you have learned about the Feywild is that the creatures tend to be very good at similar to devils, they're very good at brokering deals and using words to entrap and ensnare. However, they don't lie. They simply misrepresent. You also know that depending on where you go in the Feywild, there can be time discrepancies. Just given the nature of the realm and the way that it is kind of sort of placed within the wider universe, it tends to ebb and flow differently than other realms.
Okay.
But I would say other than that, you don't really know much.
And I'll relay that to everyone else. So if we're to get there, they're little tricksters, they're little shits, you know? We gotta head in there with an iron will. So.
Muted.
Navari, if you're speaking, you're muted.
I said it's why we get along so well.
But are there any other major concerns about going to the Feywild? I'm very unfamiliar with planar travel.
Well, the Feywild, we could be back, tomorrow, or we could be back several thousand years from now. It's the worst. And fantastic.
So we would definitely need to find a way to ensure that doesn't happen. Maybe.
I mean, that sounds kind of out of our control. I mean, we can't really control time, can we? Maybe not right now.
Yet.
Think about what the time you would save if we were able to get there and return just 2 minutes later.
I'm sure it'll be that easy.
Oh, I wasn't trying to imply that it would be easy. I'm just saying that's maybe something worth looking into. If not through our own power, then maybe through something else's power.
So you're suggesting we make a deal with the Fae right now? Maybe not that far.
I don't know necessarily on that. You said Sahanin created it, right?
Created what? The robes or the plane of existence?
The Feywild.
I don't. Is that what I said? Yeah. No.
Her, along with the sort of the conclave of celestial beings,
Okay.
with which Corlin was one, and you're not sure who else, seeded that realm. You don't know if they created it, but they helped make it what it is.
It is. Okay.
You also
I mean,
do know
that-
Sahanine is the goddess of sort of trickery and trysts and
Secrets.
dreams and the moon. So yeah.
Could she maybe help with getting us back on the right timeline? Like, if you ask nicely.
I don't think she and I are on a first name basis yet. I don't.
But we just talked to a bunch of gods. Why can't you talk to yours?
You know what? That's fair.
I mean, we can certainly. It's certainly an avenue. That's what I'm trying to suggest here. So we try to find plans and methods that we can use to both get there and return, perhaps, in a desired place and time, rather than, after everything has gone to shit.
I would prefer to possibly stop things from turning too badly. If we could help it and not come back like 200 years after the world has been destroyed, that would be sad.
Well, there would be nothing to come back to at that point.
I know. That's what we want to not have happen.
Well, it sounds like a lot of options, and it's not going to do us much good. Just sitting around the table, talking about it. We each have people we could reach out to. Why don't we do that today? And I can prepare for possible
Howdy.
death in an alley later.
Wait, God. Okay.
I think this is a good plan. We reach out to those that we each individually think we can get more information from, find research on our own, etc., etc.
Well, you mentioned a possible death in the alley. I want to give you something. I got these little biscuits for you before you all awoke. I was down in the kitchen and I made this for you. They're little herbal infused biscuits. If you take them, you'll get a little bit more vitality. I'll give one out to, let's say, Navari, Nemeron, Rena, and Oriana.
Okay.
Did you bake
Good thing.
good berries?
I'll remember this.
And what do they
You
give?
want to mine?
When they
give
eat them?
They last 8 hours, so they have to
Okay.
be used within 8 hours, and they give you 4 temporary hit points.
There you
Oh.
go.
Can I
Okay.
slip mine to Roller?
You can if you would
I
like.
just wanna hand it to him and just be like, you need this more than me.
I only had enough ingredients to make 4. I'm sorry, that's all I could make.
Well, thank you. Do we eat it now, or?
I think they last all day until the temporary hit points go away.
Yeah,
I'm
so they
thinking
last
about
8
that.
hours.
The biscuits
Uh,
do.
Yeah.
Is it like false life, but 8 hours instead? Like
Yeah, it's
10
temp HP
Okay.
for 8 hours. Just be aware of like 8 hours. So you might want to use them when you're closer to getting, because like for instance, if it's 10 o'clock right now, you eat them and then you don't meet these people until like 10 at night, they're going to be gone before you get a chance to use them.
Okay, that's fair,
So
that's fair.
you probably like when you're on your way to going to this meetup, go and like snack on them, and then you'll have those temporary hit points.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
All right, that cookie disappears into one of the many coat pockets.
All right. So what are you all doing?
I mean, I guess.
I know Ira's going to be, preparing to talk to my ancestors before we go to have the decision to discuss things with the Kigu. But I don't know. I know I wanted to go get a sandwich at the place I saw. So,
Bring me one if you get some.
what do you want on it? Write it down.
Oh no. Okay.
But, Horns, do you have to go by yourself into this alley, or can one of us go with you?
I think I'd have to go into the alley alone, but that doesn't mean you can't be nearby somewhere.
I don't like that you're worried about dying in an alley.
Oh, I've died before. It's fine.
I mean, she even says so herself she's a walking med kit. So.
She got better.
Don't worry about me. I'll be fine.
Say less. Okay. No, I'm just kidding.
We can perhaps dress up as drunksters nearby and then just rally each other outside the alley, and then if she needs help, she'll go caca caca, and then we'll come running into the alley.
Oh,
I think
or
I'm-
even if I run into trouble, I'll yell, "Help! I'm being stabbed." That'll
Not
be my
if they
call
stab
sign.
you in the back
Or in the mouth.
or in the lung. You can't scream if you stab someone in the lung.
Or the throat.
I think they're
Or the
comparing you to a
throat.
pincushion at this point.
I just saying there's a lot of ways to kill someone quietly. You should know this. But I think I will like to stay close.
I mean,
can
we're gonna be
stand
the
outs-
tavern.
I'll stand outside the alley. I don't want to be that far away.
All right. If
They should not begrudge you having a little bit of protection, just like they don't know you, you don't know them.
Fair. Who are the two most threatening people in this group?
The Rana.
Fair. You're not. Fair.
Navari for sure.
Yeah.
She's this ruckus. She makes everything interesting. I'm curious. Should someone keep an eye on her? And do you mind if I stay with you to keep you out of trouble? This is kind of my mom's freedom on the line. I don't want us to make any more mistakes.
what was your plan for today, Artemis?
Well, I was gonna keep an eye on you for one.
You know what? I've really got nothing much to prepare for except,
Sweet talking those people.
Yeah. How about what business do you have to do? I'm happy to tag along.
Well, I was thinking about saying, hello again to my mom. Or I may go to the chapel and pray a bit to Andra. She kind of gave me a stern talking to that I don't speak to her that much, and I should do more. I forgot to mention, last time that I spoke with her, she told me of a possible artifact over in Reverend, under somewhere in that area. We might be able to find something. The Strings of Destiny is what they were called.
Sorry, so what?
The Strings of Destiny.
Are they like embroidery strings or like
Oh, and arrow
like
string.
lyre strings?
Be robe strings like poor cloth.
So we're going to Riverrun after this.
She was very vague. I'm not positive, but
What kind of string?
I'm not sure. I didn't get much information. That's why I'd like to talk to her some more. Maybe she could tell me. But again, I just want to be respectful of other people's time and help out where I can. If anyone else has use for me, I definitely help you first. But that's kind of what I was thinking.
I can't follow you. We didn't pull off the heist together, but if you tell me where to meet you, I can make my way there.
Well, if you'd like to, you could meet with my mother and see what this is all about, see how important she is to me.
Yeah, I'd love to see where this comes from.
Thank you. I'm sure she'd like to meet you too.
Okay, so Artemis
rest-
and... Oh, go ahead.
The rest of you, where would you like to go as well? Just so I might be able to meet up with you later. I only need a couple hours, I think.
Is there a temple of Sahanin here in Sunshield City, or at least in the district that we're in?
Not in the district that you're in.
Okay.
Sahanin. No, there is no temple to Sahanin in Sunshield City.
Okay, that's fair. I guess I'll take one of the rooms. I'll see if I can somehow make friends with Sehanin a little more. Hopefully, she doesn't get me talking to the Way of Wanderer. But here's to hoping.
Okay, so Nemeron is going to stay and try to make contact with Sehanin.
Mhm.
Artemis and Navari are heading to the Arcane Bastion to meet up with Mama. What are the rest of you doing?
Well, Oriana, perhaps we could find our way into a larger library of sorts to see if we could find out more information about any of these weapons. Yes, I know I hate books too, but if we can learn more about what they did, whether it's through some fairy tales or perhaps some sort of, I don't know, archaeology book, perhaps then that would help us understand where they are, what they do, especially these strings of destiny. I mean, I would hope that they'd be destined to be in a book somewhere. And to get us around guards, we can put on makeup and do some things, and we can make it work.
Normally, I would love to go to the library, and I might go there, but I might have other things I need to do.
Very
I could
well.
do them at the library, but I have some people I need to send messages to. Let's just say that.
Do you remember the 2 libraries that you know of?
Oh yeah,
Are-
actually, there's only a small bookstore, which we have already been to. And there's a bigger library, but I don't know if I would rely on disguises to get us inside without being recognized. If
I can use
that
magic
little
as well.
story. I see. You know, that's the other problem, because we heard about it, how some places around here just kind of go poof, no magic.
Yeah, the
That's
library.
true. That happened in the palace when we talked to the king. You guys had your problems with the magic.
And
that you had.
Zavrin, you would know this. The 2 major libraries, one with the mage hunters, second within the palace.
Never mind. I hate
Oh,
libraries
but-
even more now.
Do you want to go see your family? Because if you want to, I'll go with you so that you have moral support.
I'd rather not,
You don't want to see them at all?
really.
Okay. But your uncle or cousin or whoever that was said you should go see them.
Oh, they say a lot of things, but you know, it was a different time.
Okay, so are the 3 of you just chilling then?
Rena's just staring
Let's go
at
with
Zavrin, just like staring him down.
Let's go see Artemis's family. That's a fantastic idea.
I'm tempted to do something.
Be happy to take y'all. I think I did say Oriana would come and see her with me as well.
Yeah, we can offer her biscuits, and he'll hold out a biscuit that Rena gave him.
Okay, so
I'm
the
very
4
tempted
of
to do a naughty thing.
the 4 of you are gonna head to. Ren, are you gonna go along with them?
Bring
Okay.
it.
So the 4 of you are gonna go to Artemis's mother.
I'll save it for later. I'll save it.
Nemeron is trying to make contact with Sehanin. Oriana, are you going with the rest?
Yes, and while we are making our way there, I would like to cast Sending.
Okay. To who?
That is what I need to look up real quick, because I
Okay.
don't remember his name off the top of my head. Ah,
Okay.
Irisar Fulgrim. The tiefling at,
The Izel Temple?
yeah,
Okay. Of Asmodeus.
yeah, Soul's Gambit, yeah.
Okay. What do you want to say to him?
I think I'm ready to take the next step and properly worship Asmodeus. Can you give me some advice as someone who has never really had faith.
I see. Well, you should be more forthright. You should use your presence to get what you need. And you should be aware of how to lead. You will get there. That's what you get.
Okay.
Nemeron, what exactly do you do?
I'll go to one of the bedrooms and I guess I'll set up a sort of, not shrine's the wrong word, just like little one of her statuettes, like a bowl of water,
Mhm.
and trying to think of the word, whatever. I'll move on. And I'll just sit in front of it and I'll meditate, just like clutch on. I guess my holy symbols are on my bracers, so I'll just like clasp my arms and think.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and make a wisdom save.
A wisdom save? Oh no. Okay. 25. 25.
Okay. You take the moment to sort of calm yourself and settle and just meditate and just start to like think. And what are you trying to sort of project?
I guess what I'll project is, I know I haven't been as much of a talkative follower of yours, but I just want to see if I may, if you can help me in some way, prevent whatever the fuck's gonna happen in the next year, the timeline that the gods gave us. And I come to you humbly.
So you have your sort of eyes closed and you're meditating, and time goes by and you're not sure how much time passes, but eventually you open your eyes and you hear sort of the light lapping of water, and in front of you you just see a sort of brilliant twilight with a large full moon in front of you and sort of a figure walking across the water, and it is that same figure that you saw in the room by Liz, that elven woman with these long, much longer ears than normal elves, that sort of pale, like bluish gray skin, that cloak that looks like it's filled with its own galaxy. And as she steps up, how can I help you?
Hi. I'm sorry. I know I haven't been as, I guess, not loyal. I'm sorry. I'm really nervous.
I think you follow well, but it would be nice to hear from you a little more. Still,
I'll
I
make
think
a
you're
more
doing the
effort.
right things, although ignoring some other.
Ignoring. What am I ignoring?
That's for you to find out, not for me to tell you.
Okay, sorry. I just want to know if you can give me the robes. Hold on. The
Can't give
Alokas
them
boss.
to you. I'm sorry.
I know.
Those are protected for a
No,
reason.
No, not give them. I guess, and if you can give me like sort of insight on how to possibly get to where they are, because I know like they're in the possession of the Unseelie, but I don't really know much about the Fae.
I mean, there's plenty of ways to get to the Feywild. You have friends. You have potential allies. There are other ways to find tears within the realms to project yourself towards a different plane. It's just dependent on how fast you wish to get there and what you're willing to go through to do so. what favors you're willing to pay, or if none, what hardships you're willing to undertake.
Okay.
But you have
That's-
multiple avenues there.
And you, may chance, may not know of like a little rift in between the planes nearby, or maybe any in Altania?
Nearby, it depends on what you consider nearby. The closest rift into the Feywild from the Prime Material Plane is probably, I think, the Wildlands? It's not quite close to here, depending on what you consider close and how quickly you can travel. But it is on Eos. It's an
The greatest-
uncharted area, but there is some melding between the realms there, and you could potentially find a way in there that would simply require you journeying and getting there. I don't know if that's the fastest method, but it is a method.
And I want to say I'm sorry. I know I just came off talking to you and then boom, asking you a favor. I'm sorry, but I don't know how to talk to gods. So
It's fine. You just didn't even say hello when we last saw each other. You just kind of peaced out.
yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So the Wildlands.
I have abilities, Nemeron, but I am no different than you, really.
Yeah. That was who spoke to us, DM over table. Who spoke to us and gave us? That was Bahamut.
Mostly it was Bahamut, Pelor, and Coralin.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to figure out a way that we can do this without harming ourselves.
Well,
Okay.
we're trying to figure out a way that you can do it without harming yourselves as well. And we'll do what we can to help you, but we cannot give you all of the answers. Some of it is on you to figure out. And this is simply to make sure that you are the right people to undertake this task. I know you all may think this is harsh, and you may wonder why we don't just give everything to you all at once. But if we did, and you were not prepared, we would just be setting you and ourselves up for failure.
No, that's a fair assessment, actually.
It's important for you to be strong enough and willing enough to take on this tremendous task. And it is a lot to ask, and we want to make sure that you are ready to do it, that you understand the risks and potential sacrifices that may come with it. And if you are not ready or not willing, that is okay. We will find others. But we need to make sure that you wish to do this. Do not feel forced into it.
Okay.
And have some stake in the game.
Well, man, I kind of do. My entire planet's going to be demolished, so I do kind of have a stake in this.
Perhaps. Again, it's not guaranteed. You are not the only ones we are working with.
Sure.
Do not feel like if you do not wish to do this, or you choose to go a different route, that everything is over and you've doomed everyone else. We definitely don't want you to feel like that. And that is not the case. We are talking to many and working with many simply because of the nature of this. But those who wish to walk this path have to understand what is at stake. And to do that, we need to make sure that you have the ingenuity, the perseverance, and the will to get to where you need to be. Exactly.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, that's one possible avenue. Thank you. I didn't think you'd answer, considering how green I am at this.
It's fine. People all learn in different ways. People all have faith in different ways. But don't be such a stranger.
I'll try not to be.
You were saved for a reason. You have strength and will and conviction more than you know. You just have to trust in it.
I will. And I give like a little bow because I don't know what else to do. Like very awkwardly.
Yeah, she just like, as you like bow, she just like waves her hand and like the water like splashes up and like splashes in your face. And she says,
Okay, sorry. Okay, thank you. I
"It's
resist
okay.
your
Just it's part of my whole thing. Just, try not to leave yourself so open."
Okay. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay.
If you need anything else, do let me know, but I do have other business. I wish you luck. Remember, there's more than just what's in front of you. And as she says that, everything begins to fade, and you come back into your meditation, but are still within sort of this dreamlike state for a little bit longer.
Did the water, like, am I physically, like, the waters get splashed on my face physically, or only
No.
in the astral? Okay.
Just in the place where you were.
Okay. I'll just sit there.
Once you come out, you're dry. But the rest of you make your way to the Arcane Bastion. You are seen through very easily, given sort of free reign. You know exactly where you need to go, so they don't have someone sort of guide you. And eventually make your way to your mother's sort of like apartment area. You knock on the door, and you get no response.
Oh, well, this is her room, 505. I thought this is where she'd be. Hello, Mom. We may check kind of the courtyard area. She says that she sometimes plays chess with her friends out there. I'm not too positive where it is, but I'm sure if we walk around a bit and we look out the windows, we may be able to find where we need to go.
So you kind of go looking? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rena.
If the group has
I was
any
going
idea.
to say, does she have a job? She could be at work. I'm sure she doesn't just sit in her room all the time. She has things she has to do.
I know that they were teaching her about using her magic. There may be a place where she goes for that.
Davin looks disgusted at the idea of being told how to. Just the whole idea of this place and people like telling them how to use the magic and stuff like that.
So where are you heading?
I think we should go to the courtyard, see if she's out, enjoying herself there with her friends.
Okay.
Artemis, have you told her? Well, how did it feel seeing her after all this time as we're walking back outside?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wasn't too sure if she'd be happy to see me. I know that I had been gone for a long time. I was a bit worried that she may not even know that I exist or remember me. But she was very supportive. She's happy to see me and very a bit embarrassed or guilty that she didn't look and come back for me. She did what she could to kind of keep herself safe, and I think for me it was more kind of relieving to know that she's all right. She seems to be in good health and in good hands and happy as well, and that makes me happy too.
There's some sadness in Zavern's eyes, but you're very glad that you saw her again.
Yeah, it was wonderful to finally see her after all these years. There's always fear of not knowing what it could be, but it's well worth it to have peace of mind. I mean, I did some not so great things, and that's kind of why we're here. And it would have been horrible if I had not came back and tried to remedy it. And I wasn't going to go through all that not to follow up with my intentions. I wasn't going to give up until I knew where she was or how she was. It's important to me that I know how this is. I don't have too much family. She's all that I had, and I was not going to let that go. I've heard from Rena that there's some challenges with family. Well, Avaria, I don't know much about yours, but I would assume the same from where you're coming from. And Nemeron, well, you got your dad here, and you even have our differences there.
He's not there with us.
Not there.
Yeah, he's not with you.
Oh, that's correct. Well, I'll say Nemeron has his own problems with his
Yeah.
family.
Well, go ahead.
Yes, Avrin, why do you ask?
I mean, have you told her about the things that you've done?
Well, I wouldn't go into much detail, but I'd tell her that I got into some trouble with the law.
It's not
Tell
just
her-
some trouble into the law. It's a little bit more than that.
Well, I'd tell her about changing my ways, making things a bit better. She didn't even bat an eye. There's no real need for forgiveness. She didn't even question it. She was just happy to see me.
Ruler, I know where you're going with this. I can tell you. My brother was forced to kill one of our closest friends. You think I still don't want to see him? I haven't seen him in a decade and a half. A long time. Regardless of what he has done in these years, he's still my brother. I still want to see him. To talk to him, at least. If that's all you get. You can't choose your family or what happens to you, but it's still family. Even if they might be disappointed in you or things that you think you've done.
But I mean, Artemis's mom, like, she look at him. Of course she's proud of him. He makes the best biscuits.
I didn't always. We grow, we learn.
You won't know until you go. I mean, at least see them. You don't have to stay. And if it goes badly, then you leave. They can't make you stay. And if they try to make you stay, I'll get you out.
We all will. We've got business to take and do.
Zafran Oriana's gonna walk and just kind of put like a hand on his shoulder. You're going to hate me for this. And I hope you. Actually, no, wait, hold on. I'm just gonna like cast prestidigitation a little bit and just kind of like make a cinnamon smell.
Okay.
Just to make sure that we can actually cast here, because I don't know if this place has the anti-magic stuff.
Yeah, you can't.
You're going to hate me for this. You know what? Why don't we go step outside for a bit? I think I think we need to get some fresh air. Yeah.
Well, would the two of you wait here as we search in the courtyard? Maybe could we do it that way? Would that work for you? Or use her room?
Oh, we're already out. Like, we're on our way out. Let's just go.
All right, so you all head to the courtyard. You see a beautiful courtyard set out in front of you. There's various people sort of walking around. There's like a small pond. There are grounds for children to play in. There's like a playground area. There's like a field for, just in general, like picnics and play and things like that. And then you do see like a sort of paved area where there are some tables set up where there are some games laid out, mostly chess, a few of like checkers and things like that, some cards, and you see various people playing. Artemis, go ahead and make a perception check for me. Okay, just with the brief look, you don't see anyone looking like your mother.
I really hope that she'd be here.
But there's lots of different people, and then you do see some people with the mage hunter sort of garb, the symbology on their uniforms, sort of walking about. Not menacing in any way, just like checking on people, making sure they have. So you actually see some of them like bringing people like lunch or just having conversations with people, generally like sitting down with them. You do see a few people with like a few of them with like books, seemingly what you would think like teaching people things or going over certain concepts or things like that in the books with other people. But that's generally what you see here.
I suppose we could, I'm going to look at the group. I suppose we could ask one of the mage hunters or maybe some of the other people playing the games here, find out if they know Viper.
I don't trust him.
Okay, so we won't ask the mage hunters.
Oh, we can ask, but I wouldn't
Brenna
trust
literally just rolls her eyes, lifts her fingers to her mouth, and whistles really loud.
Okay. A bunch of people, like some people look over, not everyone, like some people kind of like look up and then are like, okay, and then
Anybody
go back
seen
to
the Piper?
make a
Halfling whistle.
make a persuasion check for me.
Just a basic persuasion.
Yeah, just a
That's
basic
my specialty.
persuasion.
I'm so good at these guys.
Yeah.
Which is a lie. Yep, see?
All right.
Told you.
You see like a bunch of them kind of look up and then kind of like tilt their heads for a second, like look around and then go back to their games.
I don't think they know her.
I'm really not sure what else to do.
We'll come back later.
I'm a bit worried about us moving throughout the city and who may see us and may make comments. I don't know how far our words have crossed from that bar.
Do you really trust these filthy mage hunters? He'll say under his breath to Artemis. You grew up here, just like me. You know what they did.
Well, I knew what they did back then, but now it's a bit different, wouldn't you say? Do you see anybody in chains? You see anybody unhappy? You see anybody in pain?
Not that we can see, but who knows what they have.
Spoke to the king. He seemed pretty forthright to me. He's looking out for his kingdom. I'm not here to persuade you to change your mind, but this is what I see. This is what I see to be true.
Still don't trust him.
Saffron, Renna, why don't the two of you just, why don't we take a step outside of all of this and just take a moment to just kind of relax, yeah?
Get away from the scent of these mage hunters.
Okay, so you guys start walking back out. Artemis and Navari, are you staying sort of in the courtyard area?
Yeah, I'm going to talk to Navari. Navari, you're so good with your words. Perhaps you can persuade one of these people to help us find my mother or tell me where she is.
You're muted, Navari.
Navari looks around. She knows exactly the type she's looking for. Looking for a street urchin.
Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
30.
With a 30. Funnily enough, everyone looks well dressed, well taken care of, and not at all urchin-like or like black markety or like you mostly see like older people. You see a few children. You see a few parents kind of watching their kids, like soccer mom-esque type people. You don't really see those people that are like, you don't see anyone that's kind of like on the outs or someone who seems like out of place or anything like that. Like think of like, because this isn't, but think of like a retirement community.
Yeah,
like this is full of retirement community people, but of all ages.
Yeah, a bit. What do you call it? A bedroom community.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it. But like, yeah, sure. But they literally all seem like well looked after. You don't really see anyone who has that kind of like on the sly kind of attitude or anything like that. And you feel like you've done a fairly good casing of this area. Most people just seem pretty forthright and happy and kind of living their lives.
I'll turn back to Artemis and kind of like cock my head to the side and said, sorry, Artie, not my neighborhood. These lot are a little bit well-to-do. If we were back where we were last night, I could definitely find a rapscallion or two to go hunting for your mom, but these lot... Oh.
All right, well, I appreciate you taking a look. I know this may not be your crowd.
I mean, I could squeeze a coin or two out of them, but I don't think that's what you're looking for.
No, not at all. Please don't do that at all. Oh, no. Well, I think we'll just stay here a bit and wait till Oriana, Zavrin, and Rena come back. We'll wait and see if she maybe returns. Sorry,
with the accent, when he said, we'll stay here a bit, I heard, we'll stay here, bitch, and wait for...
yeah, you're a bitch.
That's not what he said. Yeah.
No. Which it might come out to be your... In layman's terms, we can stay here and bitch a bit. Yes.
Okay, so you guys are just like hanging out, like sort of awkwardly standing around watching everyone. Oriana, Zavrin, and Rena, you kind of like walk out the front past sort of like the main foyer back through and come out onto the street. You are in front of the Arcane Bastion, but not within anymore. What would you like to do?
I'm still just kind of like trying to cast prestidigitation to do like a cinnamon smell, just to...
Nothing.
So let's just keep walking a little further.
Why are we out here?
I don't trust it in there. They're up to something.
It's all right. It's all right. We'll just get far enough away that you feel better and nice and calm. Okay. I'm just kind of like patting him on the shoulder, still trying to do prestidigitation the entire time as we're walking.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, both of you know that, like, and Zavrin, you would have known this. Like, as soon as you got close to the Arcane Bastion, you were completely cut off from the Arcane. But maybe, like, a block or two away, as you walk away, you start to feel your connection come back to your magic.
Wait, how do they cast magic in there? Sorry, that's out of character to me. How do they cast magic in there then?
You haven't seen it. Yeah, you haven't seen any.
I'm sure there's all right, but Zavrin, my friend, my ally, you'll probably thank me for this later. And I would like to cast...
Thank you for...
Yeah.
Mass suggestion on Zavrin.
Mass suggestion. Okay.
Because I don't have suggestion.
Okay. All right. So you're just focusing on Zavrin.
Yes.
This is a wisdom save.
Yes.
I would like you to make a sleight of hand.
Okay.
Can I see if I notice this?
Actually, you're doing this because you're standing like right behind him, right? As you're like patting him on the...
Yeah. I'm just like, yeah.
Okay. All right. So then, no, you don't have to do a sleight of hand. Although, Rena, you do make a sleight of hand.
It's technically verbal and material, not...
which means you need... What's the material?
Snake's tongue and honeycomb or a drop of sweet oil, but...
Well, your focus
theoretically, my
is
material
your.
my focus, which is my violin.
So why are you pulling out your violin? So
Going to play a nice little ditty for you.
yeah.
don't
So what I'm
say.
gonna say is you have the components and you're kind of like getting the components and you're doing it on the sly. So go ahead and make a sleight of hand for me. Rena, go ahead and make a perception for me. Not that Rena's gonna really be able to do anything because you're doing this in the moment, but okay.
18.
Rena, you're
Why
just
are we
like
out here?
yeah, you're just like you're just confused as to why you're continuing to walk, and they're like watching the people go by you, and you don't really notice this. Go ahead. So what is it? A wisdom save?
A wisdom saving throw, yes.
Okay, wisdom saving throw. What before? So I want to know what are you saying?
I suggest, Zavrin, that you go see your family and speak to them for a while.
Okay. Go ahead and make a wisdom save, Zavrin.
Damn!
Natural 20. So I will say this.
I'm sorry.
You feel magic and compulsion come over you as Oriana speaks this to you. And for a moment you're kind of left there and you're like, yeah, I should. And then you feel this presence that bubbles up from sort of your chest and goes through to your mind, and it pushes this compulsion out. And all you hear is, "You're your own person." And the compulsion goes away. And you do not feel like you have to, but you do know that you did just you were kind of potentially pushed in a direction. But that's all. What you want to do with that is up to you.
He'll turn around like furious because he knows exactly who it was. No,
Scheiße.
you will not do that ever again. He's gonna use suggestion back.
Okay.
Rena's just
I only
like,
have regular
whoa, what just
suggestion.
happened?
Okay.
It's a wisdom save for me.
Yeah,
right?
it's a wisdom save for you. That
15.
fails.
Yep.
So you are very cowed, and you will not cast that. And I believe this lasts for
8 hours.
8 hours.
Or until
but
I
you have
drop
to-
concentration.
Unless you got concentration.
Yeah.
So right now, you're never gonna do that again.
Yes.
What did she do?
She tried to do with me what I did to her.
What did you do? What did you do?
I
She's
tried-
just looking
I tried to make him more amenable to the idea of seeing his family.
against his will.
Little bits, yeah.
Books. That was shady. That's something that Horns would do. I thought you were better.
She's a bad influence on me. It's terrible. She should really be more responsible.
You have to
around
let
me.
Zavrin make decisions for herself.
I
You
know.
can't force
I
him
know.
to go. That's just like if I was to go up to your mother and say, "Oh, Oriana wants to dance on a stage for the rest of your life." How you think that would feel? It's against your will. It's not good.
That's a good point. Yeah. Let's make you dance on stage next time.
Think you owe him? That was very shady.
I knew it was bad. I knew it was wrong. Zavin, you really should see your family.
I was getting there. I was gonna do it.
I know, I was trying to push you along, and I know that's not right.
Next time, just talk to him. You don't have to try to manipulate him.
I know, I just wanted to try it to see what would happen.
Oh,
I
I
haven't
see.
gotten to use it, but I'm
Right.
sorry, Zavin. I I know it was wrong, and I am sorry.
Right. Yeah, and he's like thinking back now, like about that voice, and he's like, "Wait, something talked to me."
Just take
Yeah.
it from someone who tried to throw away their family. It's not. It's not going to make things better.
How much do we know about Zavrin's background? Like, what has he told us? Like, nothing?
I think you know about him working with the like Lex's group. You've learned that. You learned, I believe, that he originally worked with the Black Suns. So he wasn't with a great group, and then she kind of like worked with him. So you know the loss of her has been difficult on him. But beyond, I don't think he's ever talked really about his family.
He just said that there was an incident that caused him to run away.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, it sounds like your family wants to see you. That's what your cousin told you, right?
Yes, my many, many cousins, apparently.
You have a lot of cousins?
Apparently so. We run into them everywhere, whether it's in the furthest reaches of this blasted planet or here in the city.
I mean, you know Liz is his cousin.
Right.
You have a lot of cousins.
I know I have a lot of cousins.
I don't have anybody left but my brother. So, I'll have you guys for now. So, are we going to go back and try to help Artemis now? Are you two done trying to be sneaky?
Yes, and we'll see my damn family so and we'll get off my back about it.
And she's just gonna reach over and pat you on the back. Like the I'm proud of you pat.
All right. So you all start to walk back. In the meantime, Artemis and Navarre, you're just kind of like standing there looking over this retirement community of like happy people. And at some point, one of the people who works there, one of the mage hunters, kind of comes over and just says, "Can I help you? You've just been kind of standing here for quite a while, and it's a bit weird."
We don't mean to upset anybody. We're looking for my mother, Piper in the Grim.
And your mother is?
Piper in the Grim.
Oh, Piper. Yeah, she's a great lady. She's not here right now. I think she's out shopping. Well, I think she's doing a bit of shopping, and then she's helping at the gates. She's been helping the soldiers. She's real good at she's learned quite a lot. So yeah, she's one of the main people we look to help us out around here, and yeah, great lady. Sorry, I'm not exactly sure where she might be at this exact moment, but you can try either the markets. She gets a lot of groceries and perishables for us to use for cooking and things like that. But and then after that, she goes to the gates and helps them out for a bit. Sometimes she brings them snacks too, which is so kind, you know. But anyway, yeah, that's a day today, I think. I don't know if she has any other plans. She kind of does what she wants. Don't really ever hold over her or anything like that. But I'm sure she'll be back in the evening for dinner.
Thank you very much. I'd like to maybe see her at the gates, I guess. Do you happen to know which gates she stays at?
I wish I could tell you. It changes from day to day. You know, sometimes she takes some time off. Sometimes she's here helping some of the kids and the people here to learn some things. But when she's not, she just kind of goes around where they need the most help. You might have to ask around a bit where we've had the most trouble.
Do you think you could look around for us?
Well, I wish I could, but I'm kind of here to look after the people here, you know, if they need anything, if they need some recreational items, if, you know, making sure that nothing, you know, terrible happens here. We do have some unmentionable people who have done some pretty terrible things housed here in the Arcane Bastion, not in the upper levels, but, you know, so we got to protect those who are part of a healthy community, you know.
Out of game, just curious, what kind of magic doesn't work in this? It's divine magic, right? Or it's
No, it's arcane magic. So
Arcane
your
magic.
your magic, you don't feel cut off from it. Neither Artemis has not felt cut off from his either.
So the description of suggestion does not say that if the target succeeds, they know I tried.
No, but they'd know you cast like it. It's not. It's
These
not
are mage hunters.
like if you're putting the thing
Yeah.
is like if you're putting a suggestion in someone's head that's not theirs and they push it out. Again, you have to still do a vocal and material components to make this work.
Gotcha. Okay.
All
right.
You know, like
I won't
they're
search-
gonna have an idea that that's weird, unless they're like really dumb, and have no understanding of anything. They're gonna know something's off. They might not know it's you. I will say that they might not know it's you, but they will know like something strange happened. Likely.
Yeah.
Can I
All right, I
assess
won't-
and see if can I assess
Again,
and
just
see if
imagine
Navari's-
someone getting into your body or like forcing you to do something in a certain way. You may not be able to see who they are, but if you're like feeling like someone's like forcing you to walk in a certain direction or telling you you have to like pick up a knife and stab someone, I know that's an extreme example, but like if it's not a thought that's your own, you're naturally going to be like, whoa, what the fuck? That's not anything I normally would do. Like, what the hell's going on? So just be aware of that. So they may not, like, with a good sleight of hand or the way that you do it, they may not know it's you, but they will know that it's, like, not their thought. Because once their will pushes it out, they're going to be like, holy shit, you know?
Yeah. All right. Out of not wanting to mess things up here for Artemis, I might do this like practically.
Okay.
So Navari just gonna like kind of tilt her head to the side and furrow her brow and said, "My friend Artemis's mother doesn't seem to be at home, and he's quite concerned. And you just said that it's part of your job to protect this community. Wouldn't it be, if not you, wouldn't it be at least worth it to run this up the pole or whatever you types do to help him out?"
I am quite concerned. I don't know where she is. This may be the last time I see her. I've only been seeing her since the past a few days, and it's been 10 years since I saw her before, and I have to leave again. I'm quite concerned.
Right. Go ahead and make a persuasion check with advantage. Let's say.
Which is all right.
Navari. Yeah, because you're helping her.
Yeah.
Boy, if this was deception, I'd be all the way up there, but perception.
If it was persuasion, I'd be on there.
I mean, you're not really deceiving.
Yeah.
You're making it honest. Okay, with the 10. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I am here to protect this community, but your mother, she's not left the city as far as I know, and if she's with the guards, she's probably fairly safe, and I would think, being in the markets, she should be okay. Also, she's a grown woman, and she's actually pretty strong. I don't know if they've told you about it, but she can do some shit.
What can you tell me? I'd like to know. I'm spending time with her. Should I be
Well,
worried?
No, but I mean, you know, we don't. She's been real great, but she can cast some magics. So, you know, I think if anyone tried to really get on bad side, I think she's blast them up the arse. I don't think I need to protect her. If anything, I need to be protected from her. But I'm a good friend of hers, so I think we're mates.
Well, I appreciate the information. Oh, well, Vari, I say we wait and play some checkers over here. Let's see how good you are. I'd like to sit down and play some checkers.
Yeah, I mean-
he like kind of holds out his arm. He's like, please, if there's anything else I can do for you, and if I hear that she's come back, I'll definitely let you know, or let her know you're here. I'm happy to make sure that you get a chance to see her. But yeah, I'm not sure when she'll be back. Like I said, around dinner time. So you both sit down to play some checkers?
Yeah, all right. Hey, Artemis, have you ever heard of dash rules? You'll love it.
No, I'm not familiar with it. Teach me.
All right, you guys sit down. The other three of you, you eventually get back to the Arcane Bastion, walk through, and you see Artemis and Navari in the middle of a game of checkers. What would you like to do?
Well, isn't this quaint? I'm so glad you're getting along here. Are you going to stay? Or do you have a room now?
Nah, I think we should get back. I don't see why we should wait around all day for, unless, well, I know Zavern, you don't want to be here. You've got these mage hunters, as you've spoken about. Should probably get going.
Should we go find Roltan?
Also, it's not like we've got anything else that we can do today.
We could go
No.
get sandwiches.
Yes.
We'll go find Roltan. We'll get sandwiches.
Didn't we just have breakfast not that long ago?
It's second breakfast.
It's probably been like a couple of hours now.
Brunch.
All right. So you guys get up and head out and head back to the blue mattress to find Nemeron. At this point, Nemeron, you're probably kind of just chilling out in the tavern.
I've been drinking.
Yeah. But you come back to find Nemeron kind of just chilling out as the crowds begin to come in for lunchtime.
Hey, how'd it go? What'd you guys do?
Well, we couldn't find her. We went there and showed up and she just wasn't there. I mean, I could have sent her a message, but I think she's all right. We heard that she works at the front gates, keeps people protected and well, and brings food to people, little treats like I do.
So it runs in the family. That's sweet, actually.
Apparently, I didn't know. I've just found this out myself.
By the way, just curious, what does your mom do, like magic? You know, what do you know?
Well, to my knowledge, it'd be a bit arcane. That's why they took her from here. I don't know specifically what it was she could do. I've never seen action of it. Again, I was only 10 when they took her, but there must have been some reason for it.
Okay. So, I did speak to Sehanine, to the Dreamweaver, her the fabulous. I don't know how to dress up her name, but I did talk to her.
I am
And-
fabulous.
Do I hear that in my head?
Yeah.
I love that. Okay. So, there is possibly. I'm like huddled closer so I don't say this out loud. There is possibly a way to get to the Feywild, but we're gonna have to we're gonna have to rough it out through the wilds for a bit to get there.
And how, pray tell, do we get to the wonderful Feywilds?
Well, she told me that there was a place in the wildlands back down on Eos, but she said it's uncharted and no one really knows what's out there other than just wildlands, you know, haha, jokes. But
And devils and dark creatures.
that's
And
also
the
true.
unknown.
That's also true.
Well, we did learn about the strings of destiny or something over in Riverend. That's
And we still don't know if they are musical strings or embroidery strings. We'll figure that out eventually.
perhaps like a yarn ball that a cat can nip and play with, all nibbly wibbly and knocking it about.
Cheese strings.
Why are you ruining this for me?
String cheese?
Stop.
Oh, I love
Stop
string
ruining
cheese.
this. Stop it.
What?
You're ruining this for me.
Running what?
Wants it
wants
to
them
be
to be
wire
musical.
strings or violin strings.
Shoestrings of destiny. Then we could all use them.
Strings.
We'll never trip up on our decisions again, I guess. Sorry.
Well, anyway, we still need to figure out what we're going to do. Navari has to have her ominous meeting in the alleyway. So, how much time do we have until we have to do that?
You have a few hours,
Afternoon.
but you can pass them fairly quickly if you want. Just chilling out, or if you have other
Let's
things that you need to do.
Let's just go get sandwiches and then we will pass the time and talk. And then we will go, and I will stay close to Horns so that she does not get ambushed in the alley. And then if she does get ambushed in the alley, then, Little Chef or, Roltan can heal. I can heal a little bit, but not very good.
Bring her back as soon as I can. Yes.
We got your back. If anything were to happen.
Muted.
They said that they would that I should be around that area, that they would signal me when they were ready. So I'm sure we could just go there, grab said sandwich, and
We could check a little early.
I mean, I'll probably have to look suspicious and loiter around outside, but that's not stopping you from going inside and getting something to eat.
Wait, did you meet up with them in an area visible to the street or anywhere else, or was it very hidden, a little pocket between buildings?
Well, that wouldn't be very useful, would it? No, of course it's hidden. In an alley.
Okay, that's fair. But you couldn't be seen anywhere, really, right?
No.
Okay, that's
But,
fine.
alleys typically only have one or two ways out of them, so
There's a third one up top.
Or if it's a alley that goes between buildings that are actually back to back, and then there is 4 ways in.
Double cross.
okay, my point
Foreshadowing.
is there's few exits to cover, and there's very few alleys with more than 6 exits.
Or a
But thank you.
manhole.
All right. So you guys are heading to get sandwiches?
I guess we are.
All right. You do so. And you head towards the entertainment district to find a sandwich shop. Again, most stuff is fairly closed right now because most opens during the evening, but there are some restaurants and taverns that are open that are willing to serve you. Easy enough in the area to find somewhere that will make you a lunchtime, late afternoon sandwich of your choosing. Navari, you are keeping an eye out. You're staying outside, sort of in the street, casing around to see if you see any notification.
Yeah, I think if she found any portable meat on a stick, that's kind of what she'd be.
Okay, you get some meat on a stick
Yeah.
and are nibbling on it as you're looking around. Go ahead and make a perception check for me. At this point, it's probably later afternoon, maybe 2:33. With a 29, you do notice again a few it takes a moment. You're kind of walking around, maybe 15 minutes after you've been walking around, after your friends have gone into the shop to get their food, getting their orders done, as you're kind of walking sort of back and forth and just keeping an eye out. 15-20 minutes, you do start to see notifications pointing you back towards that same alley that you had originally met those 2 individuals in.
Cool. I'll just kind of like how would I signal
I have no idea. How would you?
Rena. Yeah, okay.
How would you signal Rena?
And he just Rena. So I think I'm gonna try to if possible use sleight of hand as a way to just like wipe the meat juice off on my sleeve, but covertly use the sending stone to say it's on.
Okay, it's not a sending stone. It's a transmitter, so it has to be.
It's a transmitter.
You gotta press a button.
It's like an image on it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You gotta press a button, and she's gotta answer once she does. So like, it's not like you can just send it's not like a walkie-talkie where it's just like you just like send a message and it goes through. It's you press a button, it beeps. When the other person accepts your communication will go through.
All right, then like wipe my sleeve, and I'm not even gonna like send the message. Just beep.
Okay. All right. You beep the frequency of Rena. And then what do you do after that?
Start following the notifications.
All right. So, Rena, while you're in getting the final touches put on your sandwich, you hear the like beep, 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 beep in your pocket. Or wherever you are holding your
Where does Rena keep
communication.
Rena's looking. She just reaches down.
Bra
exactly,
pocket.
bra pocket. Yeah.
Bra pocket. I
I
mean,
love that.
I know that pocket. So,
Beep, beep.
so you press
Hello?
you press the button, but nothing comes through.
This thing on. Hello. She's just pushing buttons
What
back.
was it?
Perhaps it's the wrong number.
But
What
you
the-
do know it was coming from
No,
Navari.
mustard. She's like
Yeah.
yelling over.
You do know it was coming from Navari, and Navari, as you're heading towards the alleyway, you're getting a beep 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 back.
Navari curses under her breath and like tries to shove the like.
Yeah, I mean, it's like think of like a cell phone. You could be like, nah, I don't want to take this call. Like you can turn it off.
Silence.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, yeah.
Silence.
So yeah, you're ready. You're trying to like make contact, but eventually you see like your communication kind of gets like
She shoves her
Canceled.
communicator back in her boob pocket.
boob
And
pocket.
then-
Got it.
She gets her sandwich. It's all like in brown paper and stuff, and
Yep.
it's like
It's wrapped
and she's
nicely.
like- she goes back to the table and sits down. What did you want? She's like,
Yeah, the rest of you all have your sandwiches as you're kind of sitting there eating. You just see Rena sit down. What did she want?
What did who want? No. Okay. I mean, I'm just enjoying my sandwich at this point.
What are you talking about?
use the button. They pushed and said nothing. Did you like butt dial me?
That probably is the signal.
Oh, the signal.
Oh, the signal. I have to finish my sandwich first. Do I have to go right now?
Shovel it in. Shovel it in.
Meeting with the oh my
Do you all get up and start to like head out?
I think
we
we should
rolling
get
deep?
going. We
Yeah.
gotta go now. The sandwich is portable. Let's go.
They might think it's a double cross if they see us rolling deep up into that alley.
Ooh,
Then they'll
that's
do
fair.
the stabbing. But perhaps they weren't doing the stabbing before, but now they are.
Is there a sneaky one among you?
No, not me.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
am so sneaky.
Plus-
I can be.
Wait, +6, but at disadvantage.
I have advantage.
I can make
Oh.
myself look like a wall.
I'm better at not being stuck up on than I am at being sneaky, if I'm being honest.
All right, so you all start like heading out. The thing is you're not really sure where. So
Should have done the mind link thing ahead of time.
You are all welcome to make a perception check to see where you think this might have been, which I will get to in a minute.
Ooh.
Uh,
Okay.
That one
No,
makes sense as I'm
funny.
very focused
yeah,
on
you're
my
very
sandwich.
focused on your sandwich. It's still a delicious
I
sandwich.
Religion, not.
Uh,
Religion.
It's still, yeah, I know it's a natural 20, so
Yeah,
it's like a
20.
it's like a 33, isn't it?
No,
No, 23?
Perception.
23?
Perception.
Oh, right, you don't have the expertise on that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Navari, you head into this alley, and easily at the end, as it's still fairly early in the day, spot the two individuals that you had seen before, and you see the woman move forward. She says, "So, do you have something 50 gold? Around 50 gold? Something worth 50 gold?"
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I had the 50 gold to begin with, but I thought I'd get you something a little bit more interesting, and I'll reach into my pocket and pull out the necklace.
Oh, well, that is fancy. We can certainly provide a multitude of information for that.
Navarro will start to hand it over, and then just sort of pause for a second and says, "You do recognize the crest on it, right?"
Of course I do.
All right, just being certain, and she'll hand the necklace over.
Okay. She takes it and looks at it for a moment, turns it over, hands it over to her partner, and she says, "Okay, so what exactly did you need?"
Well, I don't think I've been secretive in my thoughts on how magic users are treated in the city, and I was hoping for an introduction to those who might oppose to them.
I see. Well, I can't get you an introduction per se, as we are not part of the Shadowbrand, but what we can give you is a location. They are hiding in a cavern system north of the city, maybe an hour or two out, maybe a little more depending on how things are nowadays. The extra piece of information I can give you, obviously the Shadowbrand are full of those with arcane abilities. They would not leave their hideout open to just anyone. They're sealed magically. If you want in, you're either going to need to speak with someone when you get there and convince them that you have whatever it is, interest, information, want to help them, I don't know. Or figure out a way to learn how to take down that barrier. Let me give you... do you have a piece of paper?
Navarre starts patting through her pockets. She does. She doesn't. Why Navarre wouldn't have a piece of paper?
Okay.
Navarre shakes her head. Nope.
Hmm.
Not much for writing things down. That's just information people can take.
Okay, well, we can give you directions that you can try to follow. Might be a little difficult, given, and points upwards, and outwards. And at this point, Oriana, the rest of you are kind of like looking around. You do notice sort of this alleyway near the hidden sun that you remember Navari kind of walking out of the last time you were all sort of waiting around. What would you like to do? You're muted, so I can't hear you.
It might be that one over there. I think that's where Navari came out last time. I don't know if we don't want to just barrel down.
Just for fun, I'm gonna cast See Invisibility. Just
Okay.
If there's any like little sneakies, either guarding the alleyway or like trampling on in there.
All right, you cast See Invisibility. So you currently have that, and that lasts for an hour? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So you have See Invisibility. Right now, when you look over in that direction, don't see anything invisible.
And I don't see any like symbols or anything like any
Nope.
like arcane glyph. No. Okay.
No.
That's cool. I'll
Good
keep it
idea.
up.
Rena, do you want to be invisible?
Brenna's leaning against the wall, just finishing off her sandwich. Like, what?
Do you want to be invisible?
Yes. Yes, you do.
Uh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Stay right there. And he's gonna tap her with his invisibility
Okay.
once a day or once per long rest.
All right. Go ahead and make a sleight of hand for me.
Boo.
If it succeeds, do we just see a floating sandwich?
No, the sandwich also, anything gets concealed that... All right. As you cast the spell, you see a few heads turn towards you that are walking out on the street.
Eh. I'll follow it up with some
And
prestidigitation
a
to
bunch
make
of...
some, like,
And
fireworks.
as she's like leaning against this this like building or whatever, she just disappears from view.
If I notice people looking at us, I'll use prestidigitation to make some sparks and make some like smoke and be like, ta-da! And I have made her vanish. Yes, look at this wonderful magic trick that I have done. Clap for me. Clap for me. Give me money. Now give me money. Now give
All
me
right.
money.
You see a few people like clap and just continue walking on.
I see Rena perfectly fine. So
Yes, you do. Rena, you don't, you're eating your sandwich, but you don't see it.
This is a weird sensation. Ow, I bit my finger.
But anything
What am I
else the rest of you wanted? Oh, sorry.
What am I supposed to do?
check in on Navari maybe? I mean that's probably why you like because you're not wearing any armor. Like you won't clang your way over there, you know?
Do I have to still be sneaky?
It does help, so you don't kick things by accident.
Okay. Hold out your hand. Just hold out your hand.
Fine.
And she'll like put her sandwich like in his hand.
Ah.
Okay.
Oh.
Hold on to this.
Come on.
Yeah.
And then I will try to go into the alley all sneaky like.
Okay. So you have a half-eaten sandwich in your hands. And Rena, go ahead and make a stealth check with advantage. All right, with a 21, as you sneak off into the alleyway, you feel like you're pretty well hidden. And you do once you get sort of up there, see Navari and these two individuals. And as you're sort of coming in, you hear, Davian, do we have a piece of paper? All right, I've got this napkin. Fine. And you see her take out sort of like a writing implement, and she places it up against one of the walls and starts sort of like drawing a crude sort of map north of the gate. Like she puts like what you would assume like the gates are north of the gates, and some kind of guideline of where you would need to go to hit this cavern system on sort of the cliffs near Sunshield City. And then she kind of hands it over to you, and she says, "That's the best I can do, but it should get you there."
Well, thank you. You've kept up your end of the bargain.
We have. Is there anything else?
Navari thinks for a moment and says, well, that necklace might be worth quite a bit, but I did not ask for more. You've demonstrated honor as a thief, and I think she'll sort of raise her hands to show that she's not doing a violent action, and slowly draw one of her daggers and offer it out, handle first to them. Honor among thieves. If you ever need help, place this dagger where I'll see it, and I will come.
She'll take it and she'll say, "I see. Well, I tried to provide you with more information than just the 50 gold, which would have just been the basics of north of the city, but now you have a map. You know that it's not just as simple as walking in, and that there is a little more to it. But I appreciate this. And if you ever need to get other information in this area and we happen to have it, feel free to signal the same way you did before, and perhaps we can meet once again."
She'll give a little. She's gonna say she gives a bow, but that's not very Navari. So she thinks she gives just like a 2-fingered salute off of one of her horns, and whirls around and exits the.
Yeah, and you watch as they also start to exit the other
Mm-hmm.
direction like they did the last time. And Renna, you see them splitting ways, and Navari starting to come towards you as you were coming into the alley.
When Navari gets closer, Renna's just gonna be like, stick her foot out to trip her.
What's your passive, Navari?
I'm invisible.
You are.
My passive is my passive perception is 21.
Dang.
Okay. As you're
Perceptive.
yeah, as you're turning around, you notice the faintest ripple in like a puddle in the alley. And as you're like walking forward, you do feel like something catch your foot, but you manage to catch yourself without tripping, realizing there's something there that isn't quite visible.
Do I see
Yeah, but
this?
if Renna didn't manage to trip her, she'd just be like, "Oh."
Well, you do, but rather than her completely falling on her face, she had some, like a slight bit of preparation. If she had a much higher perception than that, she totally would have noticed, but she doesn't. She notices as she's sort of making the move. So yes, so this kind of happens, and you kind of catch yourself, Navari.
Yeah, do I see
No, you guys are out.
Oh.
Yeah.
this? Okay.
Like out comes the remaining dagger, and Navari says, "It take a while for somebody to find an invisible foe."
I am
invisible
your
corpse.
conscience. Behave yourself and don't be a bad influence on books. I mean, Oriana.
Retta, you and I both know I don't have one of those.
Well, how do I turn this off? She's like jumping up and down a little bit, like
You see the puddle like splashing as she jumps.
Navari just shakes her, just like, I don't know. How often am I visible? Come on. I'm sure one of the magic fingers can handle this.
They said that they were having a map.
Well, I have a napkin with a
I
map drawn
came-
on it.
Well, I came in after the fact that they were looking for paper. That's the last I heard, so I was just wanting to be closer, make sure you were safe.
Oh, I'm always fine. Come on, let's go grab
When I
a
go
drink.
back out, I
Yeah,
literally
as-
will take the sandwich out of Zavrin's hands.
Wait. So as you're walking out, Nemeron, so everyone else can make a perception check, not Rena and Navari, but the rest of you.
Perception. Okay. Where is it? Perception. 26.
Hey.
All right, Artemis and Nemeron, you notice from one end of the street, you can see some guards starting to walk in your direction.
Oh no.
But you do also notice Navari coming out of the alleyway, and Zavrin, as you're kind of like standing there with like your hand held out, like, you just feel the sandwich get plucked from your hand.
Oh, good. You're back.
Oh yeah, she's here. Sorry, should have told you.
I think it's time we get going. I see something coming our way. Let's start to move.
Yeah, they don't look happy. We gotta go. Wait, do they look like zeroed in on us?
They don't seem to have noticed you yet, but they do seem to be striding your way with purpose. I will say, like, with both Artemis and Nemeron, your wisdom, so your passive insight is high enough. You get the sense of Zavrin's show of magic and invisibility likely caught the notice of some people who you were out on the street. This was not like the bar where things are kept hidden, and someone likely told someone.
Okay, no more fancy tricks. We gotta go. They look.
How long do I stay like this?
Oh, if we go down the alley, I can make a wall. It'll make sense. Let's go.
Okay.
Alley.
No. Let's just get out of here.
I know. Like, we'll get out of here through the alley so they don't follow us through the wall.
Why don't we just go find that corner to turn around? Should I be talking?
Just get out. And I'm just gonna push everyone. They'll just start walking back to the blue blanket or blue bed or whatever.
Blue mattress.
Blue mattress. I
Blue
forgot what bed.
All right,
blue
you
term was.
start pushing people on. Zavrin, are you keeping concentration of Rena?
I guess, since I know that there's people watching us.
Okay. So hard to corral Rena, but Rena, you're invisible and it's easy enough to follow your group as you start to see them pushed in the other direction. As you guys begin like sort of walking and just kind of like making your own way, you naturally like start to blend in with the crowd, and Nemeron, Artemis, as you kind of like keep an eye out behind you, you see the guards like stop at certain points and start to have conversations with certain people, but it doesn't seem like they're actively following you. And eventually you turn a corner and they are out of sight.
Yeah, the street isn't as friendly as the bar. Maybe don't flaunt sparks and fireworks, because we already have a target on our backs, so we don't want to make it bigger.
So it'd be people thought it was like street magic, like the fake magic, the fake stuff.
Doesn't like magic.
The fake stuff, it's not the real stuff.
Are there any like street buskers performing magic in the entertainment industry?
You actually know that that's probably not one of the things you want to even fake, because they will not know if it's real or fake, and they'll probably take you in and have you in for questioning, kind of thing.
Amateurs. They don't even know real magic when they see it.
Does the street magic let you throw up the sparks and things like you did?
Yeah, like little fireworks. You sneak it up your sleeve, and then you like light it when people aren't looking, and you go.
Yeah, I remember when I was little, there was these little toys that you just slam on the ground and it creates a little spark on the floor.
Yeah, exactly like that.
Yeah, but they
I know
burn
what
you.
happened.
I think we should be getting back to the blue mattress.
Let's
Please,
just
if
get
you
out of
can.
here. You've made a big enough of this.
Let's not talk as we go either. We don't want to have anybody know what we've been doing. Let's get to the blue mattress and get into our rooms.
Exactly.
Start talking about what we found out, or Well, Rena, are you here?
Yeah,
She's
I'm
here.
here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's right behind
Let's
you.
go.
And
I'm just
like,
gonna like tap
tap
him on the
solid
head.
All right. So eventually, after about a half an hour, you get back to half an hour or so. You get back to the blue mattress. You're getting sort of to the end of the hour of invisibility, but you all make your way to one of the rooms. And once you get in there, you are able to drop your spell if you would like. You only have maybe a few more minutes left on it, so.
I'll let Renan know beforehand. No, I'm gonna
Okay.
drop it.
All right. But you are back and safe within your room.
how'd it go?
It's probably at this point maybe around getting close to like dinner time.
Okay.
Maybe around like 6:30.
More dumplings.
After talking about what happened, how'd it go?
Navari will relay what's been told and then unfold the napkin map, kind of saying, we should probably copy this.
That's Ariana's specialty.
It's definitely not going to last in my pocket.
Easy enough to do.
And I'll go through the each one of the things that they told me, ending with supposedly there's some sort of magical barrier, because it's arcane spellcasters who are going past it. Does this sound like something you would know anything about, Zavrin or Nemeron, or sorry, Zavrin, Nemeron, or Artemis?
A barrier? I mean, the only barrier I know of is the one that surrounds the cities. I'm not sure that's what they're doing, at least outside of them.
I mean, I used to be able to create a wall of magical force that prevented most things from getting through. I don't know if it's going to be anything like that. If it is that, then you're going to need some pretty powerful magics to get around it.
Do we know anything?
Also, if they are capable of producing such effects, they're probably capable of producing more dangerous ones as well. So maybe we find another way past the barrier.
Well, let's assume that this is something that that would not deter arcane spellcasters, because they would still need to get by, but would prevent others from getting through.
Like Artemis and I?
Or me.
Or you
Or you.
yourself?
It's less of, I don't think they want to keep other arcane users out, and more of just, I don't know if we want to. It would be the equivalent of kicking in somebody's door if we were to get through this somehow. I don't think that's how we want to introduce ourselves if we're trying to come across as peacekeepers.
Can we just say that we want an audience and just be straightforward about it? Just, be like, I'm coming up, and you knock on the outside of the barrier and you say, hello, I would like to talk.
Maybe make our presence known before we get that close.
Yeah,
That way
because
they
I
don't
think
just,
if
like,
we're trying to
light us up.
sneak in, that's not a very good sign of trust.
Also, I can't
I-
sneak anywhere.
I agree. I do not think it is a good idea for us to try to sneak or force our way into their hideout.
See,
Not
we're
if- not if we
we're
wish.
trying to get them to trust us enough that they know that the king is not trying to set a trap. If they're trying to set a trap or something, then you would want to sneak in or be deceptive about it. I think the more honest we are up front, the better it will be overall.
That's okay.
All
Can I
right,
see
Sir
the map real
Dumplings?
quick?
Oh yeah, you might know.
Yeah, like DM, would I know where these caverns are located?
Yeah,
considering-
I mean, with the map, it's pretty clear that they're located northeast east or so of the city. There's like a cliffside area that leads up into sort of like a more hilly, cliffy, sort of small, like not mountains, but like heavy sort of cliffside area that leads into like higher, like higher ground. And likely built into that. You're not exactly sure like the exact location of where these caves are because you have not been there before, but you have a general understanding of the area itself. And you do know that probably by foot, it's about maybe 2 hours outside of the city normally.
So are we willing to risk the outside light or the outside darkness from within this barrier that we're in right now?
Don't we not have a choice?
No, we don't.
We've been out there
So
plenty, right?
we need to just suck it up and go.
True.
It's not completely unnavigatable.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I mean, it's not like we're unable to protect ourselves. I mean, a few of us already have pretty powerful things to help us.
I call the darkness home, so sorry.
Edge.
Sorry. I had to. The joke was there.
The night is mine.
You'll cut yourself.
I'm just saying, it's not too far, but it's far in the darkness.
I think we'll be fine.
Some of us can cast a light. I don't know how. I mean, do we know at this point how well it works outside, like our light spells and stuff?
Yeah, if you've used them, yeah, they're slightly diminished. I wouldn't say as much as in the Runes of Darkness, but like where a normal light spell would be like, I think it's like 20/20, you're looking at like probably like 10/10.
What about my dark vision?
Does dark vision work? Yeah, that was my next question.
Dark vision does work, but again, it's slightly diminished. But again, not as much as the Runes of Darkness. So in the Runes of Darkness, it was like you guys could, like those who had dark vision could only see like 5 feet in front of them, and I think like someone like Nemeron could see maybe like 20. Here you're maybe like you're like halved.
Oh, okay.
So we should be able to at least see a little bit, no matter where we go.
Now you can see farther than normal, so I think we should
Oh.
be okay.
We're waiting until morning, right? We're not going out there at nighttime.
Does it even matter with the darkness as it is now?
How dark is it during daytime? It's just like
It's completely pitch like when you're
Uh.
so in the city, it's a normal day-night cycle because they have the atmosphere above the city open, like that's broken through the darkness. So you can see like the stars above the city and the sun above the city and stuff like that and the clouds. But once you get out, like when you guys were going on your excursions, it's completely pitch black. Like you don't see stars, you don't see anything.
So we're just stuck in like a pan of oil,
Yeah, but it's not like oil because it's not like I said, you still have dark vision, so you can still see somewhat in front of you, but it's almost like a very like thick darkened fog.
Okay.
That you know, like tickles at the edge of your vision, like where your vision is. So if you're like, you know, like for you, it would be like at the edge of your like whatever 360 feet, whatever that is, 180. But like for the rest of the group, it's like at the like 30 feet, they start to like everything starts to get fuzzy and they can't see beyond that. And it looks like everything's like encroaching into like just darkened mist or fog.
Okay.
Well,
And we
Savard
have-
and I,
Sorry, go ahead.
Savard and I did it, and it's not pleasant, but it's doable. And if the Shadowbrand have been doing this, then there must be a way through that is maybe not safe, but
Doable.
at least straightforward.
And is there a difference between like the fogginess during the nighttime and the daytime, or is it just the same?
No, you would know that like there is no difference. It is just dark.
So it doesn't really matter if we
It's
go
like being
now.
inside of a lightless cavern in the day or night. Like once you get past the entrance
Dark,
and the
dark.
light of the entrance filters through, it's just dark. It's like pitch black, you know.
Okay. So either way, we're stumbling in the darkness no matter what.
I say we go now. We could use the I'll take out the like sealed pamphlet or whatever I was given by the king. That like
Letter?
gives us
Yeah.
the letter, yeah, and use that as we could use this as to get across and into the darkness, and when we come back, they'd know who we are.
Do we want to wake them up at like 10 at night or midnight, assuming it takes us a little bit longer to get there?
Who's to say they're going to be
Do
asleep
it.
at all?
Do any of you need to prepare?
I mean, I may have used some of my more powerful magic already.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
yes.
that-
Yeah, she did.
You say that with such salt. What happened?
You tell them what you did.
Yes, please
I
enlighten them.
may have tried to convince Zavran using magic to go see this family.
DM, how long have we been in Sunshield City?
How long have you been in Sunshield City, you
Like
guys?
Us,
Yeah.
Like,
What is that?
like a week.
4
Yeah,
days,
like
3 days?
you're getting to like the end of like a week. So I think around almost 5 days. Almost 5 days.
5 days in Sunshield City, and it's corrupted you to try to influence other people. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Don't jump
How
in on
dare
that.
you?
How could you?
The
That was
betrayal.
very, very sneaky.
It was sneaky. I do give you credit for that.
Did it work?
Absolutely not.
So it wasn't sneaky.
No, but well, it did work, but then it didn't.
almost worked.
Almost
Well,
doesn't, you know.
My reason for trying to go now is if we wait an extra day, who knows what could happen. And I think at night is usually when they attack the city.
That's also true.
So I
And they
would
wouldn't be
guess
home.
that they'd be awake.
Wait. At night is when who attacks the city?
The Shadow.
Shadowbrand.
Did the king say they were attacking right now still?
Yes,
Yes.
often,
Okay.
almost every day.
What if we go there to the gate and we wait and see if we can talk to them if we know they're coming?
That's no.
I don't think they're using the gate to get in.
No.
If they're attacking, where are they attacking?
You think that they would say, "Oh, we're the Shadowbrand, and we'd like to come in and see if we could blow up something"?
Could
Please
always
scan us
grab
with
one
your
of
magic.
them and then
And ask politely.
I don't.
Right?
I don't think if they're getting past the gods without being caught, they're going to get past us without being caught. Let's be honest.
I don't know. I mean, some of you are very, very observant.
It's not a question of observance. It's more of a question of how are they getting in? Because they're not being let in. I'm imagining.
Do they have a secret passage?
See,
Probably.
What if they dug a tunnel under the wall?
Or there could be a waterfall.
What?
A waterfall
There could
with a
be
secret passage.
secret painting with the opening
Yes.
behind it.
Of course. Or we could just go do it in the morning.
We could go
Sweet
do it.
Asmodeus,
That's much
protect
less.
me.
I'm just saying. We just go do it in the morning.
I say we go now. The less time we waste on this, the better.
They won't be home. They'll be
I
attacking.
am not affected by whenever we go, but
Let's just get going then. If we're going to go, we need to go now.
And if we need to like sleep in the darkness, I can make a little bubble for us to sleep in.
9, we are not sleeping outside. No.
I said if we
No.
need to.
No.
Yes.
If we are sleeping anywhere outside, it's with the Shadowbrand. I am not.
Whoa, that's very
you're
forward of you.
assuming they're going to
Honestly.
let us in their
my
secret
God.
safe bubble.
You all have dirty minds.
The drag bar. Okay.
I did not suggest that.
Neither did I. Okay,
We
sorry.
don't
we'll be
even
serious.
know that they're going to let us into their safe bubble that they have.
Yeah. They might not be home because they'll be raiding the
But
city.
we're just arguing back and forth. Either we're going now or we're going in the morning.
I grab my bag and I start leaving.
Okay.
We're going now.
Rena will follow after Rotan.
Okay. Amaran and Rena start walking out.
Well, it looks like we're going. I'm
Yes,
gonna
we're going.
Walk
Let's
behind.
just go.
Yeah, Oriana's right. We shouldn't dilly dally on this.
All right. So you.
All right.
As like
Alright.
they're walking, she's gonna like lean over to Rotan and be like, "How cool would it be if there really was a painting?"
It better be a painting of their logo. It better show us where they are.
It would be cool if they had that that goes right through the gate or something?
You just stick your hand through and just.
That would be cool.
It would.
As
Alright.
we're walking, I'm gonna ask Zavrin. So I hear that there's a name you keep getting called. This roller. I don't quite understand why she keeps using it. Can you tell us why you're called Roller?
I'm actually not sure myself. I've been meaning to ask, just waiting for the right moment.
Make a deception check.
I actually don't know why she calls me roller.
Oh, I 100% know why she calls you Roller.
Do you?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay, you really actually don't know. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't know.
I really don't know. Like, Jason does not know.
Okay.
Yeah, I also want to know why am I in books?
Hmm.
I think that one makes a little bit of sense. You're always trying to read something to get knowledge.
I'm just being facetious.
You got mad at Rena for just disintegrating those books earlier, like a while ago.
I think it's because you're square and full of stories.
Oh, the shade. Oh, I love it.
Bravo. Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I have a
Alright.
comeback, but I think it might be too painful.
All
No,
right.
lay it on me.
Then why are you called horns when you only have one?
The other one's mostly there. They're in spirit.
1.5.
This is the other half's right here.
Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
All right. As you guys make your way towards the northern gate to the city to see what awaits you out in the darkened wilderness, that is where we'll take our break for tonight. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around. We will be back shortly. We're just going to grab a drink, use the restroom, stretch our legs, and we will be back as soon as we can to get back into whatever awaits this group as they make their way towards the Shadowbrand. See you
Think of a
in
way.
just a few. All right, we are back. So, this wonderful group is making their way toward the northern gate. Let me just figure out what I'm doing here. Okay, so as you guys begin to head toward the gate, is there anything specific you would like to do?
I guess I'll just keep an eye out for anyone just looking at us, I guess. As we go along. It's nighttime, we're heading outside the city, there we might get some strange looks.
Yeah, you haven't gotten outside of the city yet, but as you're getting towards you're starting to make your way towards the gates, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Okay. 17.
Okay. With a 17, especially during night, as you're getting closer to the gates, you do notice the guard presence is heightened. And they are, as people are coming in, and it's a very small amount of people that are coming in during night. They are, you can see the stringency of like them checking whoever's coming through the gates magically, and you can tell that they're using things like
Detect magic.
yeah, detect magic, potentially see invisibility,
Dispel magic even.
maybe potentially like zone of truth kind of thing. So do with that what you will, but right now at this time you have not been noticed. You are just making your way up, and like this is what you see as you're sort of getting there. Like most of the guards are focused outward towards what's coming, what could potentially be coming in, and are not looking at what's in trying to go out.
Zavrin, do you think you could take this scroll here with the king's word and kind of show it to him to get us out and say that we'll be doing some of the king's bidding as we work this evening?
Yeah, I guess. I was actually going to ask how we were going to tell them we're leaving at night time because, and I suppose this will do the trick.
Not
Well,
even
we're there
that.
to intervene and prevent another attack.
Not even that.
Give
We're
it a
not
try.
sure how far Oriana's song like echoed out of the Hidden Sun. So
Well, no matter what, I don't think it's going to outrank this and hold the letter.
okay, fair.
Okay. So you guys continue making your way to the gate, and as you get there, you see a few of the guards like notice you, and they turn to you and they just say, "Halt! Who goes there?"
Oh, well, we are on a mission from the king to go engage with individuals outside the gate, as you can see here on this fine piece of paper that has a seal, so we cannot open it, but it is indeed his seal.
We're called the
Ah.
Protective Six.
Right. Didn't I hear you'd thieved from the Shieldheart Manor?
That is a bit of an over-dramatization of the situation. There was a disagreement between us and Aaron. It will work itself out, but we have, for the moment, decided to give each other our due space.
Go ahead and make a
Nice.
persuasion.
Okie
Either Zavrin or Oriana, whichever of you wants to make it.
I will
I was gonna
do it.
tell
Can
the
I
guard
give-
just tell the guard the truth that it's a bit of a ruse to get us closer to or in the good
Okay.
graces.
Go ahead. I mean, either one of you can make it with advantage.
But just tell them like between us because it's on king's orders, you know.
Oh Jesus.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
22.
All right,
Glad I
with a
didn't roll for it.
32, the guard just looks Right. I'm sure it'll all be cleared up when this all gets sorted out. If you want to go into the darkness, that's fine. Do know you will be under stringent check when you come back. We do have to make sure that you are who you say you are, and you're not bringing anything strange in with you.
Completely understood.
We have plenty strange already, so that works out for us.
Well, hopefully not too strange that you won't make it through our checks, huh? And he signals to sort of the gatekeepers, and they open sort of the gates for you to step outside. Be careful. It can be nasty out there.
Thank you. We appreciate the heads up.
We've been out there before.
Be safe then. And as you all sort of step out, you hear the signal go off again, and you watch as the gate sort of closes behind you. And as you kind of step out, you do hear screeches and strange scratching and other things in the night, but looking around, you don't see anything. You just hear these noises, howls, cries, otherworldly, not of someone in pain or anything like that, but just unnatural.
Does
Is
it
it-
echo? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask, does it seem similar to what it was like where we came from, or is there more noise here than there is typically, or is it about the same?
About the same, maybe a little bit of different sounds, not similar to what you've encountered previously, likely due to being in a different region, but fairly similar. You just know that you have to be on your guard because things can come from where you're not expecting.
Well then, time for biscuits. Looking around at whoever has biscuit.
I'll eat
Please
it.
let me know how they taste.
Good enough time.
Artemis, roll me a D100.
Oh no.
You all have raging diarrhea.
Okay. So you guys are all eating your biscuits?
Yep.
Yeah, I already said I'm committing.
After
I
I
already said
see-
I would.
After I see
Wow.
Artemis rolling a 100-sided dice, I decide not to. No.
Nope. All right. So everyone who has a biscuit eats it.
Not eating my biscuit.
Oh, you're not? Okay.
I'm
No,
committing.
I'm saving that biscuit.
Okay. So Zavrin and Nemeron eat their biscuits.
I also
Yeah.
eat my biscuit.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh no.
Strangely sour.
Did you put citrus in this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Nope.
Put
You
some
sure you put some
herbs?
little bit of sugar, maybe some herbs.
It tastes
That's-
like a lemon tree. Like you just bit. the
No,
rind
it
of
tastes. It doesn't taste like a lemon treat. It tastes like
sour milk. Sour.
yeah.
Oh.
Is it moldy? Like when I take a bite of
I'm
it?
gonna-
like,
No,
the
it's
inside?
not moldy. It's just got that like almost like sour cream, like sour
Yeah.
sourness
too
to
bad.
it. No, it's not
I was gonna-
terrible, but it's
Not
like
what you
sour.
expect out of a biscuit.
Yeah, it's not like when you're biting into it, like think of like trying to bite into like a macaroon and expecting like that nice coconutty or like whatever
But
flavor.
it's like eating
And it's
cottage
like
cheese.
yeah, it's like eating cottage cheese, yeah, or cream cheese or whatever, you know.
I tasted yesterday and it was just fine. I don't know
I
what
would
could have been wrong. It sounded good to me. It just took a nice herbal flavor, some rosemary, some zest. It was wonderful.
I
It's
would
not
like
bad.
to cast Prestidigitation
Uh-huh.
and make just like a sweet flower nectary kind of smell.
Okay.
Honey.
You can make that smell, no problem.
Hmm.
Okay, so not magic being affected, then just
Maybe not that low. Maybe not that like easy of magic. Maybe it has to be a little more complicated.
but I mean, this is actually just your cooking ability, isn't it? Like
Yes,
this
this is
isn't.
how I always make my
Yeah.
food.
It's not.
You had a
some
salad
Yeah,
there,
special-
it was
it's
delicious.
not magical.
Yeah. I think.
But you all take the 4 temp HP. You get that
Awesome.
no matter.
I think this is just a part of this.
The environment.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So as you begin to continue on, attempting to follow the map, who's sort of leading the expedition?
I can see the farthest, so I'll probably be one of the ones in front.
I would
was gonna
want to
s-
be in front because of my alertness.
Okay.
But Navari knows the way.
And nature lady.
Yeah, I was
Well-
gonna say that Zevran and I have actually been doing this.
I'm
I
also
hear that.
proficient. I'm proficient in survival
True.
too.
So Rena and I, like, I've got the ranger.
Should I take up the
skills.
rear then, and you take the front?
Sure.
Okay.
Navari has
Like
no
at least
issue
that way I
with-
can kind of watch and keep an eye out on anything that might be coming at the group.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, rapier drawn and
Got it. All right. So Navari, go ahead and make a survival for me.
Guidance.
What is the territory around here?
It is right now. You're on grassland.
Okay. So I don't get the stealth at super speed thing. All right.
Nope.
Survival.
Oh, it's a ranger thing.
Oh yeah. That.
Womp womp.
All right.
What?
All right. So you begin sort of leading the group. And you guys are heading, in the direction that Navari is taking you.
Navarre's getting very distracted by all this talk of biscuits.
Yeah. But as you're kind of leading the group, Nemeron, as you're like trying to keep an eye out, after about an hour or so, you're noticing you're no closer to any cliffs. Actually, maybe you've gone in the opposite direction?
We're supposed to be near a cliff face, and there's no sheer cutoff. Are we sure we're going the right way? Navari?
Navari flips the map over.
Yeah.
East. I thought it said east.
Once you do that, you realize that, you were going to the left instead of the right, and the left is taking you more towards the water versus the cliffs.
Of course we're going in the right direction. We just had to lose anybody
tail.
who might be following us.
Okay. I respect the paranoia.
Oh, it's not paranoia, it's just practicality.
I don't think
These-
anyone else can see farther as far as I can here. So I think we'll be okay.
These demons and aberrations and stuff, they get confused by serpentine trails, right, Zav?
Of course.
Yeah, see?
I kind of want to inside check Navari.
Go ahead.
Like, is she like? I want to see if she's bluffing or not.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Navari, make a deception and.
It'll be the 23.
Yeah, it's you don't really. I mean,
I just nod.
these
Hold on.
things can see pretty far in the darkness. Like they're not. They're you know because you've been in the ruins and you've been trying to run away from these things. They don't generally and you've been out in open grassland. Like if they really wanted to follow you, probably could. Maybe you could zigzag a little bit and seem like you were confused or something, and that might throw them off, but not sure.
No, you're right. I think we might have shaken them off a tail.
All right, well, we can head in the right direction now then.
Oh, so we're heading in the right direction this time. Cool. Okay.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hold
Were we
on.
not heading the right direction in the first place?
All right, let's just get going. Let's not waste any more time, please.
Okay. Go ahead and make a survival check again for me, Navari.
Guidance.
Okay, my rolling hasn't been great today. Guidance. Oh yeah, I'll take that D4.
Yeah, it only doesn't matter on a natural one. Okay.
And
So 14 plus.
Oh. Adding a
4,
4.
baby. Give us a 4.
Yeah, a D4.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
plus a 4. Okay, so 18. All right. So yeah, you feel like you're beginning to head in the like you're heading back in the right direction. You lost a little bit of time, but you start to make your way, and you start to sort of travel over rocky ground and start to pass by trees, and it's not forested area. It's like open, sort of like hilly tree side area. And you continue forward, and Rena and Nemeron, go ahead and make perception checks for me.
Righty. Oh, that sucks. A 10.
Do you have advantage, Rena? Okay, so 14.
Sorry, I had the button pushed.
That's fine. I just wanted to know just in case you did. Okay, so with a 14, you start to hear Nemeron, like you're keeping an eye forward, and you're like looking where you're going, and kind of also at this point paying attention to make sure Navari is actually heading you in the right direction.
That's fair.
You don't really see anything. And Rena, you don't see anything, but you do hear the flapping of wings. And you don't know where it's coming from, but it sounds like all around you.
Heads up. There's something close.
What? What is it?
Sounds like wings.
And at this point, I guess I look around. No place
Is that a-
anything within 180 feet of us.
Is that a new nickname? Wings.
Go ahead and make a perception check at this point.
Another one.
Yep.
Another one?
No, not you, Nemeron.
Okay.
I got the same
Because
thing.
he's like specifically looking, and he has the long, yeah. So you're kind of like looking frantically like everywhere, but you're not spotting anything.
I cast Emboldening Bond because I'm worried about something happening to us, and I want
You
to
sure
keep other
can.
people around. So I'm going to use that. Put that in the
So
chat
who are you
for
gonna put it
everybody.
on?
I'm going to include myself,
Okay.
Oriana. Let's go Rena
Okay.
and Nemeron.
Okay.
Sorry, Zabrin, I'm leaving you out again. And Navari.
And Navari?
I'm leaving them out.
Oh,
So it'd
Navari
just
and
be-
okay, so
yeah,
it's the four
I
of
can
you.
only use
Okay.
four, yeah.
All right. So let me just so as you're sort of looking around, unable to kind of spot what is going on. All right. Here we go. Let me bring you.
And
Sorry,
also,
you're
because
gonna
it's
be-
been a while, we can roll on D&D Beyond, or not.
Hmm?
Okay.
Is this the emboldening bond?
Yeah, the
Oh, okay.
strong man on your
Okay, okay.
tokens is the emboldening.
We click on a token and hit.
You should be able to. Let me just. Sorry, I'm just making sure of what I'm doing.
Same. Excuse me.
Cool. That's how
Just get-
sessions. Oh.
Just give me 1 second.
Uh,
Just try. Why am I having? Okay, there we go. Alright. Okay.
The tension.
Okay, sorry, I was just making sure I had the right stuff showing up for everyone. All right, so you start to see these giant as they start to come into your vision, or these large winged, sort of black and gold, demonic, fiendish type creatures as they start to fly and dive towards you. I need you all to please roll initiative.
Like
You
your token
can
first.
use your D4 on the roll for initiative, I believe, with emboldening bond.
Is it a skill?
trying-
Does it give skill pluses to
Ability
skill
check.
checks? Or yeah, to ability checks.
So to ability checks, saving throws, or attack.
There you go.
rolls.
So yes, you can. You can use.
I'm trying to remember why my D&D Beyond says I have an advantage on it.
You do because of barbarians get it from their alertness ability.
Okay.
I can't remember what it's called, but you do get
So
it. Yes.
click advantage and then do.
You can't. You'll have to probably roll twice and then just take the better of the two rolls.
Okay, so the 22, 17. Okay.
Okay,
Mine
so
will
you
be
gotta.
16.
So I'll add you on there because I don't see you added. And then don't forget to add D4 to yours because you also have a emboldening bond on there.
Okay. So 25? 17?
So 25. Yep. So let's 25. Navari, what's your dex modifier? Sorry, what's your
My
dex
dex
total?
modif-
Is it do you have a 20 in dex?
No, I have an 18.
Okay. Okay. And then Artemis, you add a 3 to
so
yours.
16.
16. Okay. Zavrin doesn't get an add. Nemeron, you get. Oh, yours didn't show up either. Nemeron, what did you roll? 9. Okay, so 9.14 plus a 1, so 10. Okay. And then Oriana, you add 2 to yours?
I already added it.
You already added it. Okay, great. Let me add these guys. Turn. And what's there? Okay.
These tokens look amazing.
Okay. All right. Let me just change this for a second because we're gonna have a bit different here. So it's gonna be. All right. Let's get music. Here we go. All right. So, first up, Rena. Oh, sorry. I have to. Let me just put a. I'm just gonna put this on them so you know how high they are above the ground.
Okay. Brenna is going to just make sure that she has her sword and her shield ready.
Sounds good.
And she is going to probably just hold an attack, honestly, until one of them comes within reach.
Okay, so you're holding an attack. Anything else?
Where are Oriana and...
Oriana's just below you.
Okay, can I just move around? I just want to
Yeah,
move...
you have
I just
move
wanna
yourself
move-
wherever you would like.
I want to move right there
All right.
and just kind of put myself in front of
Zabrin?
Zabrin and Oriana a little bit, like just kind of be closer to those two.
Got it. Okay. Anything else?
No, I'm just gonna hold my attack until
All right.
something's within reach.
Sounds good. Artemis.
I'm gonna move about, I don't know, 10 feet away from the group.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's say over here for now, and I will ask Avandra, and I'll say this out loud. Avandra, keep me protected. I'm gonna do what I can to protect my friends as well. If they need sanctuary, they may come to this darkness and perhaps not be seen. And I will use the circlet that has the darkness spell on it to cast it on myself, and within 15 feet of me there should be darkness, magical darkness.
Okay, yeah,
I can
it's
see-
a radius, right?
Correct. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can put it in the chat.
All right, let me. Oop,
Oh, it's
I
not
don't
as
want to
one
do
of
that
my
because
spells.
that's
This is
black, and you can't see black. So let me. Sorry. I need to color this. I'm gonna make it like a bright color.
Yeah, so the 15-foot radius sphere for the duration spreads
Okay,
around
so-
corners. Creatures with dark vision can't see through this darkness, and
Yep.
non-magical light can't illuminate it. So
Got
I'm
it.
basically telling the people around me, if you need sanctuary or want to hide, come to me, and then you can step out and fire, and then step back into my space so that you can hide.
Okay, so it's centered on you, correct?
Yeah, and depending on how many people it covers right now, I may step away, but they may realize that they're in darkness, and then I bring them back into the light. I'm going to let them choose. I'm not going to keep them in the darkness right now.
Okay, so so right now Navari and Nemeron are gonna be stuck in darkness with Zabrin a little bit in it. But
Okay,
you can
I
choose
don't
where you would
think
like
that's
to.
a good idea. Yeah, I'm going to step. Oh, let's see, would that keep him out of the reach? Basically, I just.
Yeah, Nemeron would be in it again a little bit, but not
Okay, then
a ton.
I don't want to have Nemron. Let's go with that. I'll let everyone choose if they want to come to the space
Okay,
that I'm in.
so that now
I don't wanna
everyone
make everybody
is out of
blind.
it. So that's where it would be.
Okay,
okay.
Perfect. That looks good. Yeah.
All right, so you are concentrating on the darkness.
Correct.
Got it. All right, anything else?
I don't really have a bonus action except kind of verbalizing that they have a space to come to if they want to try to hide from these creatures.
All right. Zabrin,
All right, how high up are they?
30 feet.
30 feet. So if I move hypothetically here-ish, I wouldn't be able to hit them both with like a 30-foot range spell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because it's 30 feet from me linearly on the map, but then doing the like
Yeah, you'd need to move a bit closer.
a little bit closer. Darn. Man.
Maybe 5 or 10 feet closer.
And I can't hit both of them because I go.
Yeah, you wouldn't. Yeah, this guy's like 35 feet now.
Yeah.
This guy's 30
Bummer.
feet. This guy's way far.
Curse the darkness circle, but it's okay. I'll go in there afterwards and I'll be happy with it. I'll go a little bit. So I was here originally.
Yep.
I'll just go to make sure I can get this guy closer to us, and I'll hit him with
Okay.
Tasha's hideous laughter.
Okay.
Her, maybe her. I didn't want to
yeah,
assume
who
they're
knows?
virgin.
Boop. I just need to. It's a wisdom.
Wisdom 17.
All right. Okay, rolled a natural 17, so succeeds.
Well, balls. And then he'll
As you attempt to
Wiccan?
cast the spell on this creature, it just kind of like shoots its gaze towards you and
Balls indeed. And then he'll use Quicken to cast an Eldritch Blast as a bonus action.
all right, go ahead. Variant blast. You get 2 strikes with it.
Goodbye, sorcerer points. And that's my main sheet.
30. That definitely hits.
Then you want to do damage first or roll the second one first?
Do damage so that I can
Okay.
just quickly.
Blam. 2.
2 damage. All right.
Come on.
Okay.
Oh man.
Next
All right,
one?
this second one.
29. Yeah, definitely hits.
Thanks, game. 3.
All right, 3. All right. So you fire these 2 blasts and it strikes into this creature as it continues to sort of dive bomb towards you.
Well, you all understood the point of it, and then he's gonna dash into the circle here, trying to make
Okay.
sure he even notes which way is out,
Okay.
and that's it.
All right. Oriana.
I would like. Yeah. I would like to cast mirror image on myself.
Okay. So you do so. I'll put the little ninja symbol on you.
Mhm.
So you have like the 3 versions of you kind of blurring around.
Yeah, 3 other versions of it. All
Yep.
just kind of like distorted. And... Which one's the real one? And I will inspire Renna.
Okay, how would you like to inspire Rena?
Good question. Been a while since I got to do these.
I know.
She came in like a rain ball.
Wow.
Waiting on that one for a while.
Okay. You feel inspired.
Yeah.
And I will.
That's your action bonus.
Yeah. I will try to hide in the darkness. I get the feeling these things probably will be able to see the 5, 10,
You don't know.
15, 20. We don't know. So let's try it.
Okay. That's your turn.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This creature.
Oh, the 3 zeros for their height. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more
Yeah,
sense
it's a flight
now.
height. Yeah. Sorry,
makes
it's just
a
to
lot more
help you.
sense.
It's just to help you understand like how high they
Mhm.
how high they are. Okay. The what is this? The one over here, this one here, is going to point a finger at Navari, and cast a spell. Navari, I need you to make a wisdom save for me.
Oh no. Actually, no, that's pretty good. Oh, save. 23.
Yeah, natural 20. Yeah, you feel sort of this like magical compulsion hit you for a moment, and you shake it off, and are okay. But this creature is going to. Oh yeah.
Gotta be better than that.
Oh, excuse me.
That's right. You tell them, Navarre, whatever happened out there. I can't see.
Fly, and it will be Sorry. About 10 feet off the ground. It's in your face. This one here. What will it do? Yeah, this one here is going to point a finger, and you're going to see these spectral crows and harpies begin to swarm a point. And I will put it down. Let me get another circle, but I will put this in a different color. Let's make this white so that I can do this.
Can't counterspell if I can't see it.
It's not a spell either.
Oh, even
So you
better.
couldn't counterspell it. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4.
He's gonna kill us. I'm just kidding.
4. Okay, so sorry, I just need to put this on in the right place. Right there. All right. What does this do? All of you that are found inside of it, it is hard to see through it. It is lightly obscured. The terrain is difficult. And when you start your turn there, something will happen. And then this one. And then it's a concentration. So he's concentrating.
I didn't realize there was 3 of them.
Yep, there certainly is. Gonna move over this way. And then actually, I just need to see something. I don't know what lightly obscured means.
I think.
It's
It's
review.
it's like okay, it's like dim light. Okay. Okay. Disadvantage on perception checks that rely on sight. Okay. Got it. That helps me. Okay. Because I want to be fair. So so this one's gonna move. Actually, this one's gonna stay where it is. And let's just see. 18 plus. Okay, yeah, I think it would. All right, Rena, I need you to make a wisdom save, please, as this creature points at you.
And added the inspiration to it if you want as well.
You can also add a d4 to it.
A D4 and an inspiration?
I mean, you could do one, see what it gets you, and decide. But it's up to
Okay,
you.
so is the D4 the emboldening bond one?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, so 13. And then what's the other one? The inspiration.
Inspiration's a
what?
D10.
D10.
Okay, so 13, 16. All right. Again, you feel sort of this magic come over you, but you manage to shake it off.
I'm afraid.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. I literally just messaged that to Zappa. I'm in danger.
Okay. All right. So that is their turns. Navari, it is your turn, but at the start of your turn, I need you to make a con save.
On save. All right. $14.
Okay. You don't have the emboldening bond. Okay, so that is a fail.
Ah, I thought I was being cursed with a emboldening bond. I realized that was it.
So you take 16 slashing damage, and 20 psychic damage.
So 36 in total. I will
Yes.
use my reaction to dodge and habit.
I believe you can half the slashing damage. You can't half.
Okay.
Can you half? Wait. Just tell me if I'm incorrect. Can you half any and all damage, or is it just?
The description, and I'll just get it up here.
Because I can't remember. I can't remember everything, so I want to make sure I'm being fair with you guys. Because this is your.
So you can use your action to have damage against you.
When an attacker you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to half. Okay, so you can half that whole thing. So that's fair. So what did I say it was? 36?
36.
36, so halved is, what is that, 18?
18.
18.
Mhm.
All right, so you take 18 damage total.
Your mom and I are getting a divorce. Dodge. Emotional damage. No.
Emotional damage.
All right.
And you are in
As-
melee with this creature that is, because it is a large creature. It's 10 feet up in the air, but it's like feet are at where you are, basically.
Yeah. So I am going to call, as a bonus action, I am going to call the awakening word for my sword.
Okay.
I don't think that's on the list, so do I get to make it up?
Of what it is? The word?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right. She shouts in Infernal, I thirst.
Okay. Sounds great.
As a move action, she will move around the creature to get her ally out of her 5-foot square. And then as the attack, she will attack twice with the...
So wait, what's the
collar.
awaken? What part of the awakening word is that part? Like, is that a part of the weapon itself, or?
It's the awakened state. So.
Oh, it's already awakened. It's automatically that. Like you don't have to.
I was under the impression that I had to like say something to do it.
No. It's
Like an
like
alarm.
it awakened because
Waking,
you did
Power.
Yeah, you did something with it that caused it to go from its dormant state to its awakened state. Now it is in its awakened state until it either goes unused for a long period of time, or you awaken it further to its exalted state.
All right. Well, I lose a little badassery, but I gain my.
I think the eye
bonus action
thirst
back
is
then.
cool. You can still do that. But yeah, your bonus act. You don't need a bonus action to do that. Yeah.
Then, as my bonus action, I will cast Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
And I feel like
So
I
you're
should
gonna-
post these things just for the people watching at home.
Okay. And your hunter's marking, I assume the one that's in melee with you right now, correct?
Yeah, I don't know why it rolled Hunter's Mark.
The
just
damage,
standing
yeah, because it will roll the damage, but I get it. I know what it is.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see, what's a good one to mark it with? Here, I'll put this flag on it. Okay. So go
Cool.
ahead and you're gonna attack it.
I am going to attack it.
Sounds good.
Actions. Please go away. Sorry, I'm just
Nope, it's fine.
organizing my tiny sheet. So first attack is a
22 to hit. So yes, and then you get the extra damage because it is a fiend. So you do 19
Jesus.
plus
I do,
It total
19.
16.
yeah, 35 damage total.
And do you want me to roll the Hunter's Mark again, or do you want to just take the previous roll?
I'll take that one first. So total is 36 damage. Nice.
36 damage.
All right, so you strike into this and you watch as you like stab it, and some of the sort of like ichor of this creature sort of like dribbles down the blade, it like seeps into the blade and kind of like sucks the life force from this creature.
And I'll do my second attack. I'm just going to do the attack roll first so it doesn't add the sneak attack damage because I can't do that twice.
Yes, okay. Yeah, you can just turn the global sneak attack off. That misses.
Okay, yeah.
So you go to strike again, but this creature, after taking this first... Actually, do you get sneak attack stack? Oh, yeah, because none of your allies are next to it, right? That's part of the swashbuckler thing. Okay, yeah. So as you go to strike it again, after taking this, like, pretty heavy hit from you, the creature just lifts its leg and, like, screeches at you, staring down at you, prepared for whatever comes next. Anything else?
I still have my cunning action. But I don't really want to
well, you don't have a cunning action because cunning action is your bonus action. You use your bonus action to cast
you're right. So
Hunter's Mark.
Then that's everything. That's all I got.
All right. Awesome. Nemeron, I need you to make a con save, please.
A con save. You got it. Hold on. Come on. Oh, the thing.
Yep. So roll a d4. All right, nope, you fail. So you take 23 slashing.
Oh my god.
And 14 psychic.
23 plus 14, 37.
Yeah.
Jesus. Minus 4, so 33.
Minus 4.
Because of the temp.
Oh, the temp. Yeah. So your temp hit points are unfortunately gone.
That's okay. Oh my god. Okay. Sorry.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Right. And it is difficult terrain to walk out of this, so it's two movement for each square inside of this white sphere.
So instead of moving 5 feet, I'll move 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Until you get out of it.
So can I theoretically get here? Here? Or no? 5?
You were here, 5, 10, 15, 20. Yep, you can just get there, pretty much.
And do we do flanking rules, or is that a... No?
You do, but because this thing is up above you, you're technically both underneath of it. You're not actually on either side of it.
Okay. So, I'll go ahead and just attack it with my great axe, I guess.
Okay.
I can't really do much.
Go ahead and attack it.
So first attack with Brugger's great axe is a 16.
That just hits.
Okay, good. Okay, so first slash does...
Okay, well that's your second attack. We'll keep the natural 20 for your second attack. You have to click the name of the item to get the, like, on the dice panel. Just click the Brugger's Great Axe and you'll get the...
Oh, okay. I am so sorry.
That's fine. So just click Brugger's Great Axe underneath the 16 and that'll roll your damage.
And then that one does...
There you go. 16. Nice. Max damage. Okay. And then you already did the natural 20. You get to keep it. So that's your... You have 2 attacks, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Okay, so just click underneath the Brugger's Great Axe again, and that should roll... There you go. So 7 plus another 16. All right.
Plus
hey.
8. Oh.
Plus 8.
Because that's my... Oh, no. Sorry. Never mind.
Should calculate it correctly, right? Okay. All right. So minus another 16. Hey, 32 damage. This thing's hurt.
And then I'm going to go ahead and cast a spiritual weapon.
All right, do it.
Hack into this thing. And you just see this, like, the same array of swords just appear from behind him and just stab him from below.
Okay, let me bring it onto the...
Okay. Where? There it is. Okay.
Okay, hang on. I'm just going to pull this on.
Sorry.
So where do you want to put it?
I guess technically below him, but I'll just put it just next. Yeah, that's fine.
Right there? Okay, let me give you... I'm just going to give you control of this. Controlled by... Okay, can you move it? Just making sure that you can.
Yep.
Cool. All right. And you rolled a 14. Unfortunately, that misses.
Does Emboldening Bond work with attack rolls too?
I believe so.
Once per turn.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, but you used it already, right? For your save?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't use it again.
Oh, I did. Okay.
It's once per turn. It's not once per your turn. So rules as written,
The
it's
save was-
technically
yeah, the
every
save-
enemy's turn.
The save was on the start of
At
his
the
turn, though.
beginning of his
Yeah.
turn. Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
talking about a
Yeah.
different save.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, so I miss. I'm cool.
All right.
Yeah, I'm done.
But yes, technically you're right. It's the same with sneak attack, actually. If you somehow get a reaction to attack someone and have sneak attack, you could potentially proc it twice. So it's kind of one of those cool things. A lot of people forget that. All right. That's your turn. Anything else?
I don't want to burn everything. No, I'm okay.
All right. I think you used all of your movement, your action, and your bonus action
I have my
anyways.
action surge, but I'm saving that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you do. Okay. Rena, I need you to make a Constitution save for me, please.
Let's go, baby. Okay.
Okay, so you succeed. So you take hang on. 6 slashing. And that's I've already halved it, so
Oh, okay.
so 6 slashing and 4 psychic. And I believe you're not raging yet, so you take that's not again halved yet. Okay. All right, your turn.
I would like to rage.
All right.
Yeah.
Bonus action,
So-
you rage.
Yeah, so you watch as, if anybody's even paying attention to me, I push my mask up and my white eye just blows up and 3 spectral forms just pop up beside me.
Yep, they sure do.
And then I'm getting the heck out of this danger cloud.
Okay.
And I'm just going to go, let's see. I'm wondering if I would attack, because he's too high for me to hit, right? So
No, you can get underneath again, like Navari and Nemeron, you can get underneath him. So you can hit him. But you just have to get like right up next to him.
okay.
So like you'd have to get like
So-
over here if you wanted to get out of the
Mhm.
danger cloud, as you called
I've
it.
got enough movement to just go
You
around
should
him.
have.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna,
Yeah. Just remember in this area, like so to go here and then to go here, it's like
Yeah, I know. I
an
counted-
extra
I
20
counted-
feet. Yeah, you're good. I
I
think you have
counted my
50 or
box.
60 or something
I
like that. so you're good.
yeah, I think it's 50.
Yeah. All right, yeah.
And-
So right there, you're good to hit him.
Yeah, so I am going to hit him.
Hit him.
I need to mark my rage on here, yeah. Okay, so rage. And then again, roll 20 combat. I hit the attack plus first, right? And then the
Yeah.
other
So
one?
yeah, just hit the name of on the roll 20. Just hit the name of the weapon first, like in your sheet.
Okay.
So there you go. You did a 27, and then just click on longsword plus 2 one-handed. The name of it to do the damage. That definitely hits.
So I don't click on the damage itself.
No, but what you want to do is you probably want to turn on your sheet your rage damage. There should be like a little box at the bottom of
Oh, I see
global
it.
damage. Click
Yeah.
that on, and that will give you your rage damage.
So I click the name again.
Just click the longsword. No, like right on the dice panel right now. If you click longsword plus 2 one-handed,
Mm-hmm.
if you just
Where the
click
rolls appear.
underneath the 27, the word longsword plus 2 one-handed, just click on that. That'll roll your
Oh,
damage.
over there? Like
Yep.
on the combat thing?
Mhm,
Yeah.
In the chat.
Oh,
There
that's
you go.
cool. I did not know
15
that was a thing.
damage. All right.
Extra attack.
All right, do it again. So now you
Thank
go back to the sheet and click on the name of the longsword, and then you come back here and click on this for the damage.
Got it. 20?
20 definitely hits.
All right.
All right, 13. Okay.
All right. So,
So
that's
this thing's
bonus
looking-
action and
it's
action,
bleeding.
So I am done.
All right, sounds great. Artemis, I need you to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So I have. Sorry,
Yeah. No.
I have my ancestral protectors thing.
Mhm.
So I have a question
You are welcome to ask it.
because now that I'm raging,
Mhm.
it says the first creature you hit with an attack on your turn becomes the target of the warriors that are around me, which hinders its attack. So until the start of my next turn, the target has disadvantage on any attack roll that isn't against me.
Okay.
And then when the target hits a creature other than me, the creature that person who's taking the damage has resistance to the damage dealt by the attack.
Okay, so so I would say for this, because it's not attacking anyone, this is like an area of effect spell that's already in place. It's not it attacking, but when it attacks something on its turn, it will have that placed against it.
Do you want me to link it?
No, that's fine. So it has disadvantage if it attacks anything other than you, and anything that gets hit by it that is not you takes half damage because they have resistance.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, makes sense. Let me just put something on it so that I know. I'm just gonna put this heart on it. Okay. So it's Artemis. Your turn. Please roll me a Constitution save. You have your emboldening bond, right?
I don't know if I want to use it quite yet.
Well, let me know.
Wait,
I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you.
turn.
Yeah, this is the start of your turn.
Oh, we can
I'm not
choose
gonna
when
use
to
it.
use it.
Okay, so
gonna use it.
okay, so you take 14 slashing.
Okay, hang on. Let me type this down. 14 slashing.
Yep, 14 slashing and 18 psychic, which totals out to 24 plus 8, 32 total damage.
Okay, 32. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Let me subtract that. Well, I'll get to it in a minute. Let me
That's fine,
do this first.
as long as you have it.
Okay, so what
Remember,
I'd
it's half movement inside of this white sphere.
Correct. So I have 25 feet of movement, so that would mean that I would have.
You can move 2 squares.
2 squares is all? Okay,
Mhm.
so 10 feet is all that I can move. Okay.
Yep.
So.
But you could you could use your movement and your action to get out if you would like.
I'm not gonna do that.
Okay.
As ridiculous as that sounds.
No, that's fine.
I'm gonna move 10 feet closer to my friends, as odd as that is. So 10 feet closer to them.
Okay,
and that
so
circle will move
yep,
with
we'll
me.
move with you. Yep.
I will message to Oriana, not message, but just say, remember that with the emboldening bond, you can move yourself to take damage if a person within 30 feet of you that is also bonded takes damage.
Okay.
So that's just a heads up. I'm going to attack using a illuminate.
She has to be able to kind of like see them though, right?
Correct.
Okay, so right now she can't she couldn't have taken damage for anyone right now because she can't see anyone.
Correct.
She's inside. Got it. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, cool.
Yep. That's mainly for future rounds.
Yep.
Because they're trapped. So you could move 30 feet to get out if somebody's taking damage.
Okay.
Just clarifying.
Got it.
And I'm going to attack the one that is around everybody. It's 20 feet from me. I don't know if I can see that far. I have 60-foot dark vision, but you said it was like half.
Oh,
so that would
yeah,
be
just
30.
Yeah, so just make a perception check for me.
Okay.
Because of the obscurity of this white cloud, just to see if you can see through it.
Okay, perception.
Okay, yeah, with the 20, yeah, you're able to, even with the swarms of like these spectral harpies and crows, you're able to see through.
Okay. And so this, with the illuminate spell, I don't know if I can put this in the chat. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Well, anyway,
But you
there's
rolled
my
the
attack for it for 14. I'd like to use the D4 for this.
You sure can.
And would I have advantage because I'm in darkness attacking? Can they see me through the darkness as I shoot this light towards them?
You know what? Yeah, you sure can.
Okay, so I'll roll another illuminate attack.
All right, 27. That certainly hits.
Okay, so then I will hold on to that D4. And then if I click on the illuminate, it should show up for
19 damage.
19, yeah.
All right. And it is glowing for a moment. Okay, anything else, Artemis?
Can I use a spell with a bonus act? I mean,
You can, because you only used a cantrip. So yes, you can.
Okay, well, I will use the same bonus action spell, which is a spiritual weapon.
Okay.
I saw somebody use, and I will put it next to the one that I just attacked, since it's still standing, apparently.
Okay.
So, like,
What does your
right-
spiritual weapon look
I can
like?
ping it. So it looks like a coin spinning. So
Coin.
think of it as
Okay.
like a big disc hitting it, and I'll put it right here. Or
Okay.
I guess I should put it maybe next to. Yeah, that'll be
don't
fine.
like-
Yeah, right there works.
Yeah, I don't like that though. I want to find a better one. It's bothering me.
And I think I'm gonna cast that at level. Let's see. So it starts at 2, and then it goes up. I'll still do level 4, so it adds a D something.
A D8.
Okay.
A D8. Yeah. So I'll do it at level 4 to add a D8.
There we go. Okay, so right here.
Yep, that'll work.
Okay. Sounds good. Let me give you access to it so that you can move it. But you can roll your stuff so that you have it.
So I'll
All right,
click
you should be
on-
able to move it now.
I think the attack for spiritual weapon would be the 16 that I just rolled.
Yep.
I don't know if that.
That hits. Yep.
Okay, and so here's the damage for that, and it's at level 4.
So there you
6
go.
Force. Okay.
No, 6 plus 3, 9. 9 force.
It only.
It got the higher level cast is above it.
Oh, okay, perfect. 9.
See?
Okay, that
So
works.
9 force. All right. Yeah, this thing's almost down, but still up. And that was force damage, so the radiant still is staying on it.
Okay.
All right. Anything else, Artemis?
Nope. I've used my movement. I've used my bonus, and I've used my action.
All right. Sounds good. Zavrin, I need you to make a con save for me, please.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah, I got advantage on what's going on.
Oh, you're fine.
All right. So you take 9 slashing. That's already halved because you succeeded. And 8 psychic. So 9 and 8 is 17. 17
I
total.
resist psychic. I'm
Do you?
Pretty sure. Psychic defenses. You gain resistance to psychic damage.
Okay, so then what was that? What did I say? 8? So 4. 4
Eight.
psychic. So 9 and 4, 13.
Hooray! The one type I'm good against.
So yeah, 13
Aha.
damage total.
Yep, okay.
And I need you to make a perception check for me because the darkness sphere has moved.
Moved, right. Whew.
All right. You have a good sense of like with Artemis beside you, you can kind of understand where you might need to move in order to get out of.
I need to roll
the
a con
darkness.
save,
Oh yeah, you do for the
'cause I'm
darkness.
concentrating. So
That's
let
right.
me do that. And it was, you said it was 32 damage.
Yes, it was
so that
32.
would
So
be
a 16. You have to beat a 16. That's right.
Okay, I don't think I used a D4 yet, but we will see what this
You didn't.
does.
Okay, you're
Oh,
fine.
Okay.
All right, so your darkness stays up. All right, so Zavrin, you have your turn. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna run out of the darkness the same way it came in, which I believe is to the northwest.
Okay.
That'll be the most
1, 2,
logical way.
3, 4, 5,
Maybe,
6.
and then he's gonna come out and be like, "Oh, what the fuck?" And then,
You are in melee with this creature now.
yes, he realizes it's too late.
Yeah.
So we can't even blast it.
Regret.
Well, he can. He's just gonna have
Here he is,
disadvantage on it.
Then the other one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's probably a little too high.
And the other one, even if you did try to fire on it because you're in melee with something else, you'll still
Right.
have disadvantage, so it doesn't really matter. But this one, the one in front of you, is looking real hurt.
I'm gonna use my bonus action first to
Okay.
telekinetically try to push it 5 feet away from me.
Okay. Like 5 feet up in the air kind of thing?
So where I don't get disadvantage when I try to blast it.
Yeah, but like you're trying to like push it like up away from
I
you
can
kind
I
of
can only
thing?
do up away.
Okay. What is it? A strength saving
D8
throw?
yeah, versus DC8 plus proficiency and ability modifier. So 8 plus. What proficiency are we at now? 4? 8, 12. 17. Yeah. Strength
Okay.
17.
You manage to push it up
Aha!
as you use your mind to push it away. As it rolls a 13.
Whew.
Okay.
Now feeling
So
safer. He'll summon the energy through his arms and launch 2 aberrant blasts at it through lashing his
okay.
arms out.
Go ahead.
$25.
That definitely hits. Okay, 1 damage.
I'm taking him down, guys. I got him.
That definitely hits 28.
There
7.
we go. It's a little bit
He's
better.
still up, but just barely.
I'm definitely taking the feat where I can buff up.
Add your...
spell mix.
Maybe. All right. Anything else, Mr. Zabrin?
That's it.
All right. Oriana, Constitution save, please. Okay. So 5 slashing.
23.
Yeah. So 5 slashing. And
Hello? Can you guys-
hello. I hear you, but you're not hearing me.
Hearing that ham radio again.
Oh yeah.
Welcome to McDonald's. Can we take your order?
Can you hear me? Well, I don't know. Plug it in.
My audio's messing up. I can't hear you guys.
Ah.
Okay.
Can you hear us through the stream? It'll be a little bit delay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're just coming through. No, just the,
Okay. You took 5 slashing.
Okay.
And you take 5 psychic. And I need you to make a perception check. All right. All right. You are not sure which direction you have to go with all of this crap flying around you. Artemis right next to you. You don't know where the darkness might end and where this ends. So, if you want to get...
I know Artemis is here, though, right?
Yes, you know Artemis is right beside you.
And if it's following him, the shortest way out would be to just walk away from him, correct?
Likely, yes.
Okay. Then that's my argument. 5, 10, 15, 20.
That's where you can get.
25?
No, that's 30.
Okay. Well, like I can see one of them and only one of them, so I guess that's my target.
Okay.
Check the range on this. Yeah, all right. I will. How many do I use? I will take 10 copper pieces out of my money pouch.
Mm-hmm.
I will throw them at this guy over here.
Mm-hmm.
And cast Animate Objects on all 10 pieces.
Okay.
And like a swarm of annoying little gnats, I will have all 10 attack.
Okay.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Jeez.
If anybody knows how to make a faster macro macro for that, let me know.
Okay.
So 22.
So the 13 misses.
Okay.
The 19 hits.
Okay. What about the 11? I assume the 11 misses.
The 24 hits. Hang on, I'm just taking the damage as it comes.
Okay.
So, 24 hits. Okay. The 21 hits. The 12 does not.
Okay.
The 11 does not. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I missed the. Okay, sorry. I need to get the 26. So, minus 8. Minus 8. Okay, minus 6. Okay. And then the 18. Okay, I got all of them. That hit.
And yeah, that. Okay. I will inspire. Who's that? Can I see that?
Make a perception check for me. Actually, no, I had you make a. Actually, no, yeah, this is a different one. Yeah, no, you're fine. 13. Okay. No, you can't see. The obstruction of these like swarming birds and everything like that is obscuring your vision. You can't see that far.
And I don't think. Yeah, I don't have a bonus action to use them.
Okay. Okay.
And not to be annoying, but that's the 1, 2, 3.
Hang
4.
on, let me just. So you have 10 of these, right?
7 hits. So.
Yeah, I got all 7 of them. I'm just trying to. 8, 4, 5.
Oh, you could have just done like a swarm picture or something.
Yeah, but they're each separate objects,
Okay.
and they can only move so far. So.
Fair enough.
So is that what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. There you go.
And 7 of them hit, so he is concentrating on something. So
Yeah, I rolled 7 times. He's still
Okay.
he's still concentrating. Okay. Anything that was your turn? Okay. It is these guys. Okay, well, this guy is going to do the only thing he can do, which is, since he's out of all of your ranges, he is going to fly up to 50. And then place another one of these spheres right down over top of you guys. Would probably be, you'd have to see the point, so it'd be right here.
Question, DM, since he's flying straight up, do they get attack of opportunities, or?
He was 50. Zabran pushed him out of their range, so with his telekinesis, so he was out of their range to be able to hit, because Zabran didn't want to be hit and have a disadvantage on his attacks. So
I didn't want to be hit.
Thanks. I'm just kidding.
or didn't want to
You could
have
jump.
disadvantage on his attacks or whatnot. So
Jump and slash.
I can throw it.
If you're 6 foot, that's like an additional 3 foot reach.
And I'll let me just put on these things. I'll say they were 10 feet high, because you would have wanted them at the same level as him. Okay. All right. So that's there. The one that Oriana just attacked is going to fly down to her. Easy enough to fly under tiny objects, and they do not get attacks of opportunities because they're not creatures.
No, they're creatures. Each target animates and becomes a creature under your control.
Yeah, but they don't get attacks of opportunity. They don't have minds of their own to you yet to use them on your turn. They don't have attacks of opportunity.
Yeah, it's like spiritual weapon.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
As far as I know. Let me just see. I think it would be
Sure.
super broken if you could make 10 objects that could then attack 10 times.
Lord Jeremy Crawford says any creature can make an opportunity attack unless rule says otherwise.
Yeah.
A creature, I don't.
Hang on, sorry, I'm just reading this up because I need to. Nope, they have their own turns and actions, so they do get opportunity attacks, so go ahead.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Does this just get
yeah.
mulched
I need to figure out
slowly?
a better one. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, so I'm trying to see where they are. Okay, so miss, hit. Okay. Hit. Miss, hit. Okay, so 4 of them hit. So let me just stay. Okay, he stays in concentration, and now he's gonna attack you.
Okay.
20 to hit.
Okay, that hits.
I'm gonna move and take all that damage.
3 and wow.
Okay, so it hits you, but it also Artemis already stated that he's teleporting to take the damage. So go ahead and teleport yourself.
Can I go on the other side of Oriana? Is that okay? Or behind Oriana? What would you call on this? I'd like to go kind of here, but
Yeah, that's fine. I mean,
Okay.
that's fine.
So that darkness moves with me. Everybody's blind. Sorry. And then whatever the damage is, I will take.
Okay, you are going to take. Okay. 17 slashing plus. Hang on. Uh, 17 plus 18, so 35. So 18 necrotic. So 17 slashing, 18 necrotic, so 35 damage. And you watch as this creature heals back some of the health he
I
does.
will
So
take half of the necrotic because that's what the breastplate does.
oh yeah, it
I have
halves.
resistance. So you said 18, so it'd be 9 on that. So 17
9.
is
So
9.
17 plus 9, so
26.
26. Yeah.
Okay.
And I need you to make a con save, please.
Correct.
Also, enemy objects is concentration DM, so I put the mark on me.
Okay. So you are okay. It's going to strike again.
Does it have advantage or disadvantage being in darkness?
You're not sure.
Okay.
20 to hit again.
Let's roll the mirror image again. I deflect it to a duplicate.
Okay, so one is gone.
Yep.
All right. That is creature's turn. Okay. It is this one's turn. What can it do? This one's in a bit of a pickle. Okay. I'll move here. I mean, yeah, it can't. This is unfortunate. Oh, I also have to roll for that one just to see. Okay. See, it's going to. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to see what the oh, it probably actually could have just stayed here. Yeah, Zavrin, I need you to make a wisdom save for me, please.
$21.
All right, yep. You feel some magical force over you, but you managed to shrug it off. All right, Navari, I need you to make a Constitution save. Seven. Okay. You take 16 slashing and 13 necrotic. Or sorry, 13
29?
psychic. So 16
29?
and yeah, so 29. And I need you to make a con save.
Another one?
Yeah,
Oh,
for
the
your
maintaining
hunter's mark. Yeah.
Yeah. 15.
So yeah, succeeds.
I will make as a top of a new turn, so I'll make my reaction to have that to 15.
Okay.
And
It halves it to 14. So give yourself one more
Oh.
point because it's 29, right? So it's roll
Yeah,
like.
sweet.
Hey, that 1 point could make a difference. So.
Yeah. Everything's out of my range right now. So I'm gonna get myself out of this bullshit.
Okay. Get yourself out of the bullshit.
I'm gonna move 30 feet down.
Well, that's not 30 feet because it's 2 feet. It's 10 feet per square now because you're in difficult terrain.
Okay. That's fine.
So you can use
haven't used my
action and bonus. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll use my movement and my
bonus
cunning action to get out of
Got
there,
it.
and then I'll
All
use
right.
my action. I'll use my action to cure wounds at first level.
Okay, go ahead and cast it. All right, nice.
And-
10 HP.
And my Parapat of Wound Closure.
That's only
double
when
the
you.
number of-
Is it only when you're resting and using a?
in addition, whenever you roll a hit dice to hit dice.
Yeah, hit
gotcha.
dice. Yeah,
Okay.
it's when you're short
So, yeah.
resting or long resting. Okay.
Well, I'm not gonna complain about 10 more hit points.
Yeah.
So.
All right, that's your turn. Nemeron, con save for me, please.
Oh no. Okay. Constitution. Let's go.
All right, so you take 9 slashing. That's already halved,
Okay.
and 6 psychic, so 15 total.
Okay, that's okay. Cool. So, and would I have seen them try to use mind tricks to influence others, or like would I have known that's what they were trying to do? Or not?
This you probably haven't. I would say no, because they were far away when they did it, and now you're in this like area of. Actually, I'll say make a perception.
Make a perception. Okay. Don't fuck me over. No.
Yeah, with all these like crows and harpies like clawing at you and attacking you, it's just really hard to see through it. You're not sure what they're doing.
That's fair.
You do know that they're doing like there's something, but you're not sure what exactly.
Okay, that's fair. So just because I'm not looking really good, well, that's a bit of a strong word. I'm just gonna use my channel divinity. I'm gonna go ahead and do Twilight Sanctuary. Where
Okay.
is it? Did it go through? Nope.
So any creature that starts its turn or that ends its turn within 30 feet of you,
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not sending, but yeah, it's just
temporary hit points. I know.
temporary hit points, or I get to end
A charm or
yeah.
fear, right?
Charm or Fright. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So for now-
So,
That's my action.
and what's the total temp HP?
1d6 plus my cleric level.
Okay. So, okay, cool.
But it's only if I get to choose which one happens.
Yeah. I'm just wanted to know. Okay, cool.
So that's my action. I'm gonna use my action surge, and I'm gonna toll the dead this asshole above me.
Okay.
He needs to give me a Wisdom saving throw
A wisdom save.
against a 16.
I rolled a 15.
Oh, okay. So he takes the damage. Cool.
He sure does.
So
Roll
toll the
that
dead,
damage.
That's 3d8 necrotic.
Yeah, you cast the magic, and you all hear this like bung, and you watch as this creature careens and begins tail spinning and falls all the way to the ground. It
So it takes
is.
15 points. It takes.
It does
Why
not
did it
take.
roll like
It
that?
doesn't. It takes the 19, doesn't it? Oh no, the 15.
It's
Yeah,
15
but
hit points, so it's 3d12,
Yeah.
but it only rolled
Yeah.
2d12 for this one.
oh, you probably have to add it. I probably have to add it into the sheet, but you
Should I just roll another d12?
it's fine. It's dead.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay.
So yeah.
Split more.
True though.
Revivify it so we can kill it again.
And I'm gonna go ahead and give myself 10 hit points. So, 1d6 plus 5.
Okay.
So I get 7 temp hit points.
All right. It is. Are you going to? You still have movement if you would like to.
And that one's dead. Okay. Sure, I'll move. 1, 2, 3.
I'm gonna go on your
4,
sheet, Nemeron, and fix
5.
that.
There we go. I'll go ahead and move there.
All right. Let me just go on your sheet. Let me just fix Toll the Dead. I had to put this in myself, so I know
That's
why. It's because the secondary damage doesn't go with cantrip dice. It only goes like you have to update it every single time you up your dice. So anyway, I just did it, so it should be rolling now.
Thank you.
No problem. Cool. All right, so you move there. All right, that is your turn, Rena.
Yes. So I am going to kind of stomp forward over here. What is? And this is what I don't know how to check in Roll20. What is the distance on a javelin?
It should be in there, but I think it's like 30, 60 maybe,
Javelin is
or 20, 40.
30, 120.
3120. Okay, so anything longer, anything further than 30 feet, you will roll at disadvantage because it's in the long range.
Okay, how do I freaking ruler, right?
So yeah, you're like 35 feet, but he's also
I'll
30
move-
feet up in the air, so you have to move quite a bit
Well,
closer
then I'll
to him.
freaking do. Okay, so
Like
I was
maybe
over...
like 2 or 3 squares closer. If you do, then you'll be within range.
I mean, yeah. So I'm
You should
just,
have
like,
enough movement.
counting. Yeah, I'm just like, maybe like right there.
Yep.
'Cause I don't want to
Yep.
get in the danger bubble.
No, yeah. Nope, you're there.
Alright,
You will
and I'm
have
just
enough.
going to basically like, kind of tuck my sword behind, grab a javelin as I come out, and just launch it at that stupid bat thing.
Sounds good.
All right, so I just click javelin. Ah, nat 20.
Natural 20.
And then I click the javelin button.
So you won't get the rage damage because I believe rage is only on melee.
Melee.
So you will get, but you will get the
okay.
the natural 20.
Yeah, it's just on melee.
So you'll
this
get
is
the
a-
11 damage. Nice. Okay.
But I cause damage, so I stay in rage, right?
You do, yeah. Yep.
Okay,
You're still
that's
attacking.
the rule, right? Take or give damage.
That is
Okay.
correct. And
Yep,
you still have
that's good.
you still have another attack.
I'll pull out another javelin and do the same thing.
Sounds good.
From the bra again.
Yeah.
Not quite.
Javelin
All
out of the
right,
bow.
that one
A boob
does
sword.
not hit.
Just
Okay.
my Shiranui.
As it goes,
Just pulling,
and
just pulling out tons
So,
of weapons
I'm
from
down
out.
2 until I retrieve them.
yeah, and that
You would
one
have a
goes
D4.
goes quite a far distance off into the darkness. You'll have to go track it down. The other
You
one's
got a bra
sticking. The other
holding.
one's sticking out of the creature right now.
Would
All right.
the
Anything
D4
else,
help?
Rena? Oh right, yeah, you have the D4 from your
Oh, I do.
emboldening bond.
Okay, let me try to see if that makes a difference.
That hits. So roll damage.
Yay! Happy day.
Oh
So
wait,
8.
actually, hang on. I just need to see something. You are not within 30 feet of any of your emboldened people, so you do not get the D4.
then I don't. Oh, that's fair.
So
That's okay.
yeah, sorry.
I
So
still,
that one
that's
misses.
fine.
Emboldening bond,
No
you have to be
worries.
within 30 feet of other people.
Holy fair.
Cool. All right. Anything else?
Nope.
All right.
I yelled.
Artemis. Yeah.
Sorry, the Twilight Sanctuary radius is 30 feet. Just want to
Yeah, I know. So she's out of it, so she can't get anything from you.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay, Artemis.
Well, seeing how I'm keeping people in darkness, this may not be the best idea. I'm going to move away from the creature so that people can hit it. And I'm
Oh,
gonna
sorry. I
go-
also should have changed this because he was in range of you guys, so he was 10 feet off the ground. Okay. Because he had to be in melee in order to hit Oriana. He couldn't be that high. So
and it looks like the one in front of me is 10 feet off the ground. So I
yeah,
can
because
move
he was the one who
away.
was swiping. He
Okay.
was the one who was swiping at Oriana, so he's in melee with both of you, right? Because you took the one hit for her, and then, so yeah. Where would you like to go?
So he is within melee. of
Yeah,
me.
because he had to strike you, right? Sorry, that was my
Okay.
bad. I left the 30 feet on him, but he shouldn't have been because he had to hit you with his claws.
Okay. Well, then I don't really want to move at that point. No, I'm gonna chance it. I need to get away so that people can attack. So
Okay.
I want to move out of its.
You can always just drop
range.
the darkness. It's a free action.
I'm gonna stick with it. I gotta make this thing better. I gotta, make myself stronger. So I'm gonna
Okay.
move over
Okay.
here, 15 feet.
I mean, he's obviously gonna take a swipe at you. Does a 21 hit?
That is my AC.
I'm
Okay.
just cutting words.
You couldn't see anyways as he's moving away.
Can I teleport and take that damage or no? Or I can't see him?
You can't see him. It's in darkness, right? You can see. You have good dark vision, but you don't see it through magical darkness. I don't think, right?
No, I don't.
Yeah. So no. That is 10 slashing plus 14 necrotic, which you have half to 7. So 10 plus 7, so 17 damage.
17. Okay, so I make a con save.
And he heals a bit.
Jesus.
And yeah, you succeed, and your darkness is.
Is that still covering Oriana?
Yep, a little bit.
I'm gonna move.
If you move like 1 over in any direction, she'll be out of it.
Yeah, so let's just move back 1 more. There we go.
Okay. So yeah, now she is out of
That's
it.
20 feet. Okay, I'm not over my 25
Nope.
foot limit. Okay. So I'm gonna move there, keeping the darkness up. I will then use my bonus action to move my spiritual weapon.
Okay, go ahead. So you can move it 20 feet.
And is it impeded by the sphere there?
I don't think so. It's like a spectral thing. So it's not it's not technically a creature. So
that would get it here.
Yep.
For 20 feet.
Mhm.
And then I will use cantrip attack, which is the illuminate spell, to go towards the one in front of Oriana.
All right.
And is
That
with
hits.
advantage? Okay, it doesn't matter. Well, would it be with
Well,
advantage?
yeah, right. Yeah, it's still with advantage because you're in darkness.
Well, no natural
Okay.
20, but there we go.
Okay.
And the damage with that.
18. Nice. All right.
Okay. And that's been my movement, bonus action, and action.
All right. And let me roll just to make sure. Yeah, it succeeds. All right. Zavrin.
All right, can I forego my movement in order to look at the creature behind me and see what kind, if it's like an aberration or if basically if it's from this plane of existence?
You can use. I will say you can use a. You want to inspect it?
Not like I just want to take a quick glance at it and be like, oh, that.
I mean,
that
you're
was
not
probably
gonna.
human
You're
or
not
something.
gonna. I mean, you
Okay.
definitely know it wasn't. I mean, I don't. For free action, you know it wasn't a human.
Right.
But you don't know. You won't know what type of creature it is unless you
Sure.
take an action to actually investigate it.
All right. Well, Zavin will look at it really quickly and then look at the one flying in front of her.
I
and
will
go,
say, make a perception check though. This is just free.
Thank you.
Okay, you do see it starting to like bubble and sizzle, as if the flesh of it is beginning to like fade and melt away.
Well, he's gonna look at back at the one in front of her and go, fuck it. Then he's gonna reach his arms out and kind of like start tearing apart, and he's gonna cast banishment, and I'll heighten it so it gets disadvantage against the save.
Okay.
So I'll use 3 sorcery points.
It's a charisma save?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your
17.
DC?
17.
And it has a +7. It rolled just a 17.
Disadvantage?
It has advantage on magical effects, so the disadvantage just cancels that out.
Nuts! I thought that would be so cool.
It was. I mean, it just has a very high plus to its charisma saves, unfortunately. So as you attempt to like tear open wherever this thing comes from and force it back in, you see that tear beginning to happen, and then you watch it swipe its claw as it slithers closed, and it just looks towards you.
Well,
Yes,
balls
okay.
again.
They have cookies here.
All right. Anything else?
I'll use my psychic push to bat it down 5 feet out of anger.
Okay, that
With
is
my bonus action. Strength
17.
17.
Yeah, it rolled
Yeah.
just a 17. 12 plus 5.
Shake my fist at it. My magical invisible fist.
All right. Oriana.
All right, well, let's see how many of these little suckers can make it all the way over there with their 30-foot fly speed.
So there. Oh, by the way, all of these things were up 30 feet because they had to be.
Mm-hmm.
They had to be in that area. I'm not gonna go through and put all of the flight speeds. I just don't have.
Yeah,
But I
that's
think
fine.
like the ones in this row probably could. Yeah, I think the first 4 can. The other ones,
Okay.
it will take another turn for them to get there. Or they can get there, but they're gonna have to use their movement and their action to get there.
Okay. Then I'll have the 4 as a bonus. So I actually command them as a bonus action.
Yep.
So I'll use my bonus action to command them to continue attacking.
Okay, so they will move after your
Um,
turn completes.
Yep. And I will, for my action. You know what? Let's give them. This could be. You know what? High risk, high reward. I don't know how fast this creature is, but let's see if we can. Oh, well, no, they wouldn't get it because it's not their turn anyway. It might get it closer to him. Dissonant Whispers on this guy right here.
17.
Damn.
So it still takes half. So
5 psychic damage, yeah.
Yeah.
And did Artemis call out that it took a swipe at him?
You would have felt like the air beside you go.
Okay.
And I would scream.
Then
Yeah.
I'm going to whoop.
Okay.
Just follow my little cleric boy.
All right.
Good call.
DM, at the end of Oriana's turn, I'll give her temporary HP. Just because I could do that once per turn. So,
She's out of your range.
that's
35 feet. She's out of your range.
You're right. Okay, you're right. Okay, never mind.
I think you also need to be able to see her probably to give her
Oh, she's
temp
in
HP.
darkness.
Yep.
Duh.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway. Okay.
right.
Oriana's turn. Oh yeah, and now move your 4 little guys and the other ones if you want
Yeah,
to.
I don't have control over them.
Oh, okay, so hang on, let me 1, 2, 3. I'll say 1 goes like underneath him, maybe.
Okay.
And then are you using their action and their
Yeah, they have to use their action to get closer since they're supposed to kill him.
So 1, 2, 3. And this one like kind of has to be off the map,
Okay.
down the other side.
Okay.
Okay.
And I think I
So-
found a macro, but instead of testing it live on stream, I will just do what I have right now.
Okay, yeah, just four attacks.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, so 2 hits.
Okay.
So crap, I can't. Okay, sorry, I need to move this up so I can access this. So -8 and -5. Okay, that's back. Success. Okay. It is these things' turn now.
He's probably real pissed at me.
Just need to see, is it? Okay. Yeah. This goes down. And actually, sorry, I'm gonna make that back. That one goes down, and then he recasts it right on top of basically himself.
Son of a.
Because he doesn't like these things swarming him.
Yep. No, that's fair.
And that is that one's turn.
And these things are all dead when they start their turn.
Yep. This guy. Just want to see. Okay. What is the... Okay. Yeah, didn't like that he was gonna be banished, so flies over and down to you.
I just wanted to send him home. Don't you want to go home? Aren't you good for your home?
He likes this home. This is a very nice place. He gets lots of food. And is going to strike at you. 16 to hit.
I think that I'm at 16. Needed
Okay,
to
so
beat
that
it.
just hits. Okay.
I would like to reaction Spirit Shield to reduce the damage to him.
Okay. It reduces all damage.
No, it's I think 3d8, but let me check. Uh, 3d6.
Okay, so
it'll
roll the
reduce by
3d6. And Zavrin, as this like claw comes down to strike at you, you watch
that
these
was
like
awful.
you watch these like 3 spectral spirits
no.
leave Rena's side and sort of come in like a protective stance, but the claw just kind of like breaks through them, not doing as much as it would have, but as they like sort of dissipate and then reform around Rena, the blow didn't do as much damage. So the first is so 16 reduced by 6, so 10 slashing and
Okay.
plus hang on. Plus 12 necrotic.
Okay. Okay.
As this thing heals back a little bit. And then it will strike at you again. 27 to hit.
That'll hit. A little bit.
Okay. 12 slashing plus...
Why did she keep
plus
rolling?
19 necrotic.
Oh,
So 12 plus
I'm down.
19, 30. Okay.
Zavrin's down.
Okay. And then it heals back. All right. You watch as Zavrin goes unconscious. It would have been... Sorry, I just needed to make sure because it came here. And then it's going to fly back up 10 feet.
And you didn't even visit your family.
You dirty rat. You damn dirty winged rat.
All right. It's up 20 feet. All right. Navari, I need you to make a con save for me, please.
Yeah. 7.
All right. So 12 slashing plus 13 psychic. So 12 plus 13, 25.
I will react. And
All
have
right.
that
So
to...
12 damage.
If I
and
was
then
getting real sick of pirouetting out of this.
And then just make a concentration check for me, please. Con save. Another con save for your... Okay, you managed to maintain it.
At least I'm keeping that up.
Yeah, it'll just take your bonus action to move it to a new creature if you wish to.
Okay, we don't have a lot of healers, so Navari's going to move up behind this creature and go ham on it.
Well, it's dead.
So-
That one's dead.
Oh, is it?
That was the first one you guys
Okay.
killed.
Okay, so man, everyone's down. Navarre can do a lot of damage. All right, she's gonna use her cunning action and her move action to run up to Zavrin
Okay. Yeah.
and
No.
grabbing her horn. Some green light emanates from underneath it, and she says the magic words, "Not today, buddy," and brings
Cure
you
wounds?
back, blowing a second level spell.
All right. Roll for that cure. All
9
right.
points.
9 points of healing.
9.
And that's it.
All right. Sounds good. Nemeron, I need to make a con save, please.
Hey, oh no. Oh no. Constitution. Oh my god.
Okay. Even with the emboldening bond, actually, you're not close to anyone enough to even get it. So.
That's fine.
Okay, so the was 10 slashing
Okay.
and 15 necrotic. So 25 total.
25. Okay, so 1, 2. Temporary hit points are gone. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Ooh. Okay, that's fine. Cool. If I were to spend time here, could I get into melee range with this one right here? This dude?
Yeah, you'd have to
That
get over on this side here,
That's
which
fine.
would take 20 feet of your movement, but yes, you can.
That's cool.
Alright.
I'm gonna hack into him twice.
All right, do it.
Come on. Give me another nat 20.
Sorry, I'm just going to move this out of the way so I can get access to him.
15.
Does not
You're
hit.
within 30 feet, though.
Neither of you can see him.
Yeah,
Oh,
you can't
actually,
see it.
no.
Yeah,
What's
we
his
don't
face?
have to use it. We don't have
Artemis.
to be within.
Yeah, okay, I'll do it.
Yeah, Artemis can.
Yep.
So yeah.
16.
All
what I
right, just
need.
hits. Just hits.
So, that's 16 points of damage?
No, that's another 16 for a hit.
Oh,
You have to click
sorry.
the.
Okay, sorry. 7 points
7.
of damage.
All right.
Can I keep that other one, though?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that hits.
Okay. And another 8 points of damage.
All right.
And, let's see.
You already action
I'm gonna go
surged once, right? So
Yeah,
I
but
don't
I'm
think
using
you
my
have
bonus action. I'm gonna use my bonus action to second wind.
got
And
it.
heal
All right,
myself.
roll that d10 plus your fighter level.
1d10 plus 6.
Yep.
9 points.
All right,
I'll
you
take
gain
it.
9 points back. All
Okay.
right, is that everything?
Yeah, I'll stay in melee. At the
All
end
right.
of my run, I'm gonna give myself another temporary hit points though.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yep, you have your Twilight Sync.
1 plus 6.
All right. Renna, it's your turn.
I am going to just like yell in like pissed off version, pull another javelin out and be like, "Stop flying away from me!" and just throw it again.
All right.
throw another
you are
javelin.
definitely in range, so go ahead.
Alright.
23 hits.
23.
5
so only
damage.
5.
All right.
And then I will do the same thing with my last javelin.
All right. So another one sticking out of him.
24.
That definitely hits.
So
And 9. Nice. Okay.
9?
He's got 3 javelins sticking out of him.
And I'm gonna run over here next to Zavrin
Okay.
and just kind of look down at him and be like, "Are you good?"
Appreciate the ghost muscles.
All right. Artemis.
Wow. Seeing as my friends are going down, should probably do something about that.
Tears. Have access to.
Can I dispel this thing that's in front of me? Is it a magical thing?
You don't know.
Okay.
You can try, but you don't know.
Did the thing that was getting hit in front of Nemeron look damaged? Like bleeding?
Oh, it's hurt, yeah.
Okay. And I think I had already hit it once with my cantrip, correct?
Illuminate, yep.
Yes. Okay, so let's do that again and see if I can take it out. I'm going to start with that.
Okay.
So I will go with Illuminate, and with advantage for 19.
That hits.
So that should
Okay.
do a total of 29.
Right.
Is it still standing?
Hang on. Sure. Okay. Just barely.
So it's looking really hurt.
Real hurt.
Can I move my spiritual weapon the 20 feet to attack it? I don't know if there's space. Is what
There
I'm
is
thinking.
no space,
Okay.
unfortunately, because of all of the coins that are taking up spaces.
Yep, that makes
Around
sense. That makes sense.
The coins and Nemeron.
Yeah. Can't do any more damage to it.
You can get close, but I think you're gonna be like one square away to get up high enough to get over to where you need to go.
Okay. I'm gonna use yeah, I'll just do it. Okay, so I'm gonna use my bonus action to use Healing Word on Nemeron.
Okay.
I anticipate that he is not doing too well, especially being in that circle. I will go at a, let's say, let's go second level.
Oh, I think you're supposed to roll initiative for your coins, but you know what? I'm just gonna make them happen on your turn for now. But for next time, I think they have their own literal turn. Yeah, they have their own decks and everything like that. So you roll. They're literally their own creatures. Okay,
like
10
total of 10?
HP. Yep. So Nemeron, you gain 10 back.
And then I'm going to move my 25 feet of movement. Let's see where I can go. Oh, not quite that. 25 feet.
Well, be careful. You can't walk through the...
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that would take me like to here?
Well, I think if you...
To here?
Like, if you go... You could go, like, probably, like, up this way and then, like, out to here if you wanted.
Okay. I'm not going to go quite that far. I'd like to go to this spot here.
Okay, so
just
yeah,
below
that's
it.
easy enough. Yep, you
Just
can
right
get there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm going to move right
Just move
there.
yourself, and I'll move your... how is it? This is going to be like this, I believe. Yep. There you go. Okay, anything else?
That's all I can do. Movement, bonus, and action.
All right. Zavran.
All right. Appreciate the boost. He'll look back at Ivari, and then he's gonna look up at the creature and try Tasha's hideous laughter again.
Okay. Are you gonna stay lying down?
Fuck it, yeah. I'm just gonna lay on the ground to do it.
Okay. Tasha's hideous laughter. So 19.
Ah, darn. Man, these creatures. and their spell saves.
Unfortunately, the advantage.
And Zavrin's tired of these guys, so he's gonna burn some more sorcery points so he can cast Aberrant Blast as a
Okay, quickened. Yep.
as a quickened, and I get 3 blasts. I forgot we're level 11 now. We're
Oh,
big
right.
kids.
Yep.
So number 1.
That hits. 28. Nice. 5. Okay.
Oh no!
Natural 1. Nope. That misses. 14. 26. That hits. 2.
Man.
All right.
Not to rain on the parade a little bit, but wouldn't Zavrin have to get up to not be firing at disadvantage?
Oh, yeah, I think you have to be up from prone in order to not fire at disadvantage. Are you going to get up?
Yeah, can I retcon and climb up to my feet and just go,
Yeah, of course.
just freaking die already?
All right, you do. This one looks fairly healthy. It hasn't really been hit much. But it's starting to take wounds. All right, anything else, Zavrin? You still have 15 feet of movement, and this thing is not in your melee range right now.
Can I squeeze in between these two and hide
Yes.
over here between them?
You could potentially hide in the darkness, I think, if you would like.
Sure. Yeah.
If there was
Excuse me.
You can get, like, right here. All right.
You guys keep up the good fight. I'll be over there.
Pretty sure all of these things die when they're in this thing's... right? They only have, like, 1 hit point?
They have 20 hit points actually, but their con is only a 10, so it's a straight roll.
Okay.
So if you want, what I'll do is just 1 roll for all 10.
Sure.
All right. So sure. Yeah.
9.
So they
okay,
do not, they all die.
Okay, so, well, let me see. Like, let me roll. Yeah, they all die. I rolled high.
And do you care if copper coins are scratched up in terms of being usable again, DM, or?
I think, like, the damage done to them, this type of damage would be okay, so you'd be able to pick them up afterwards if you would want to.
Okay. I will keep that in mind. All right.
And then on your turn, I need you to make a con. And you don't need to concentrate anymore, because...
Yep. Oh.
Okay, natural 1, so...
Sorry, the meme.
So 17 slashing...
Mm-hmm.
And 22 psychic. So...
Ariana, do you have emboldening bond?
32 plus...
I have emboldening bond, but that doesn't...
17, sorry.
I'll teleport and take all that damage.
Wait, emboldening bond allows you to teleport?
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so you teleport beside her.
I'm not gonna.
Where, to there? Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or where? Here?
No, in front of her. Right here.
Okay.
There we go.
So you take 17 plus 22. So 39, yeah.
So God, I need to be faster at math, sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. There we go. Okay, there we go. Cool.
Let's take that second one. Yep, it's your action. Okay. Oriana, it's your turn.
How bad is it looking, you said? It's pretty bad?
Oh, like on its last legs.
Alright. We'll probably get a short rest after this. I will inspire Nemeron.
Okay.
Your Nemeron's a case.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Hey, you all got one with your
You
name
feel
in it.
inspired? Okay, what are you gonna do with your action?
For my action, I would like. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. Let's do this at 2nd level. So another dissonant whispers.
Okay. You
Defend rolled
play a
damage.
discordant melody on your violin, and it dies. It had 1 health left, so.
Oh. Oh well.
All right. As it falls to the ground and begins to sizzle away. Anything else?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
All right.
I will stay right there for now.
Okay.
I'll give her temp HP points.
Okay.
You get 11.
11 temp HP. All right.
Guys are doing a good job of protecting this squishy. Now we gotta protect the other one.
This thing, yeah, seeing Rena, throwing javelins, it's gonna come down and attack. And 27 to hit. All right, so 18 slashing, reduced to 9 because of your rage, plus 16 necrotic, which I don't think gets reduced. Or does. Oh, you're Asimar, so that also gets reduced to 8.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted, but I was like, wait, yes, I do get that reduced.
So 9 and 8, so total of 17 on the first strike.
Okay.
And it heals a little bit. And then it will attack you again. 19 to hit.
That does not hit.
All right, so it misses. And that is its turn.
Okay.
Navari. You're muted, so I can't hear you.
I got it,
Okay.
yeah. I think Navari always relishes the chance to fight beside Rena.
Okay.
And just boldly steps up. Bonus action to transfer Hunter's Mark.
All right, makes sense.
And let's fight. Round
All right.
1.
Hunter's Mark.
$18.
That 100% hits, so 28 damage. Nice.
28 damage, and I'll get the Hunter's Mark in there.
Yep, add the d6.
Oh, all my dice are covering the button.
Oh no. All right, another 5. Okay, and then second attack.
33. Second attack coming up. Rolling without the sneak attack.
Natural
Natty
20.
20.
Too bad it didn't happen on your sneak, but that's okay. Natural 20 for a 30.
So I need to
Definitely
roll
hits.
this twice.
No, oh yeah,
No,
because you're rolling from D&D Beyond, right? It should auto,
Oh, sorry. It's auto adding this. I gotta turn that off.
but it didn't double your stuff, did it?
No.
Doesn't look like it, no.
So
Okay, so the first one is a D8, right?
yeah.
So
I'm just gonna
Reroll
do
the
it.
just roll. So roll another D8 plus a D8 plus another 2D6, and I'll just remove
Okay.
the. So 16 and 9 is 25, and then one more D8 plus 2D6.
So additional 16.
So
points
another
of damage.
16. So 25 plus 16, 35. 35 plus 6, 41. Nice.
Jeez. Yeah.
And it now gets to make a.
Sorry. Roll another 2d6 for your hunter's mark. That also gets doubled.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
So just roll another 2d6 because that was just your weapon. That was just your weapon damage. But the hunter's mark never got added here, so another 8.
Another 8.
Nice. All right.
And Blood Moon Call has a side effect to critical.
Yep, it does.
So it has to make a DC 15 Dexterity saving throw or become blinded for 1 minute.
It rolled a 16 plus, so unfortunately it saves. Yeah, it has a +4, so
and it doesn't. One downside is it doesn't say anybody within 10-foot radius, ally or otherwise. So I think Rena also has to do a DC saving throw.
No, it's the thing that it hits, right?
Oh, it says each other creature within a 10-foot radius around you must succeed at.
Oh yes, so yeah, Rena also does. Yes.
What is it?
Dex save, please.
Do I get advantage?
For this one.
Because I get advantage on Dex saves.
Danger
I can see.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, you get advantage on this one.
Okay.
Apologies. This is why I swashbuckle alone.
Yeah, you're able to. As like you watch as Navari slices into this creature and pulls the rapier out, this swath of blood goes everywhere, and you and Iker, and you manage to just dodge out of the way so that it doesn't get on your face and clear your eyes. All right. That is Navari's turn. Nemeron.
Yep. Okay, so my spiritual weapon and the other dude are on the same level, right?
Yes, now they are. Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna move this bad boy 20 feet.
Do it.
20 feet? Yep,
Yep.
I can hit it.
You can
Okay,
get
cool.
15. Yep.
There we go, right there.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Where's my character?
I think you had it at a higher level too. You had it at second level or whatever, third level.
No, I don't. I only have up to 3rd level spells.
Oh, maybe it was Artemis, right? That had it.
Yeah,
at a
that was
higher
Artemis.
level. Okay. So just roll a d8 plus your spellcasting mod.
Because my character sheet's transparent for some reason.
That's fine.
1d8
plus your wisdom.
Oh no, it's 1d20 plus 4. Sorry.
Yeah, 1d20 plus 4.
23 to hit.
Yep, that hits. And then 1d8 plus whatever your wisdom is, right?
8 damage.
Is your wisdom a +4?
Yeah, my wisdom's a +4. I have an 18 in wisdom.
Yeah, but okay, so your d20 should have been plus something else because it's plus your spellcasting. Yeah. Anyway.
So 27. Sorry.
All right. Yeah. So 8 damage it does. Okay. All right.
And then I can't really do much other than move towards it. So yeah, I'll just dash.
All right.
So it's 60 feet.
You should be able to get to it.
Yeah, I will. All
right. That's your turn?
Actually, yeah, that's my turn. I'm gonna give myself temporary HP though.
Do it. All right, Rena.
Need it.
Reckless attack.
Okay.
Freaking pull my sword out and just
roll with advantage.
This thing.
It is not looking healthy. That hits.
Right.
So this you will get the rage damage on. All right, 9.
7, 8, 9. And then extra attack.
Do it.
Where is my thing? It disappeared. There it is. Okay. Ooh.
That definitely hits.
So
another 9. All right. It's looking real bad. Anything else?
Staying right there. I don't think I'm gonna do anything else. I'm just
all right.
Yep.
Artemis.
Right. Seeing some of my friends be damaged, I'm going to move 30 feet.
25, you mean?
Oh yeah, 25. Sorry.
Yep.
Or actually, not quite that far. Let's just go
You can see that the creature is like pretty close to being downed.
Okay. Still gonna move myself to cover Oriana to right
Okay.
there. And I will use a illuminate to
All right.
attack it, and then see what happens after that.
All right, roll it.
So,
That
with
hits.
advantage. My bad. There we go.
Yeah. Well, the 16 hits.
Awesome. And you will see light come out of my hand as like a sphere comes firing towards it for 11.
All right, that's just enough.
Hey!
How would you like to finish this creature off?
So out of the darkness sphere that you see around me, I'll say, Avandra, keep us safe and keep us secret. And I will shoot the ball of light
All right.
and to illuminate around it and kind of allow it to turn into dust as it falls.
All right, you fire the bolt of light and strike it dead in the chest, and you all watch as the beam goes straight through this creature as it begins to crumble from sort of the inside out and sort of coasts away as dust on the wind as the darkness quiets. The grassland
effort. Go
and
with the
forest quiets around you, and you are left in the strange darkness of the wildlands, panting and taking stock of yourselves after this difficult encounter. But everyone is alive and okay. And as you sort of gather together to kind of assess your wounds and figure out what you are going to do next, that is where we will end
I'm gonna retrieve
our
my
session.
javelin.
Yeah,
I will
yeah, sorry.
I'll pick up my gold or copper pieces.
Easily enough. It's gonna. You get 3 of them, Rena. The 4th you're gonna have to do a bit of searching for, because that one you threw and missed, and it went off into this foresty grass area.
You should find a way to attach a rope to one, and then you could just pull the creature towards you.
That's a fantastic idea, because I hate flying things.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us. And sorry it went a bit late. Combat always does. This is why I hate combat and why I have it so rarely. It doesn't matter how little creatures you use or how many. It just naturally balloons out. But thank you for sticking with us. We will be back next week, like I said. Please remember, if you are a fellow D&D lover and enjoyed the session, share it with others. The best way to help a stream grow is to spread the word. And remember, folks, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Have a great Friday, make good choices, and we hope to see you back here next week. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Join our Discord.